Me Buikanyo Matipa.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for this day, Lord, a day that you have made for us to rejoice in you and to be glad. Jehovah, we are gathered here today. And your word says when 2 or 3 are gathered, you are in their midst. We believe, Lord, that you are going to be in our midst today. We see the end from the beginning, Jehovah. We see successful deliberations. We see deliberations, Lord, that are going to lead to the betterment of the economy of our country. We thank you, Lord. We pray for the leadership of our country, Jehovah. We say, Lord, thank you for appointing and anointing them to lead us in the name of Jesus Christ, the name that is above every other name, the name at the mention of which every knee shall bow. Thank you, Lord, that at the mention of your name, every tongue shall confess that you are Lord. Jehovah, thank you. We pray for our VP, a man that you have appointed and anointed to lead the Ministry of Finance. Thank you for everybody who has been able to come here, Jehovah. Thank you for the divine wisdom that you will give them as they will be deliberating at this event. Thank you, Jehovah. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray with thanksgiving in my heart. Amen.
Thank you, Mayor Matipa, for that heartfelt prayer. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this moment to welcome you again to this important forum, the 2025 Budget Pitso for General Stakeholders. My name is Tumisam Motei, and I am honored to guide today's discussion under the theme Collaborating for Fiscal Sustainability and Inclusive Growth. Admittedly, we face critical challenges, dwindling revenues, widening deficits, and an urgent need for economic diversification. As the first year of the NDP 12, the 2025-2026 budget focuses on 4 priorities that you'll hear more about during the course of today's proceedings, namely, building an inclusive economy where opportunities and wealth are shared equitably, improving quality of life by addressing unemployment, the thorn on the side of this nation, enhancing access to healthcare and modernizing education, modernizing and transforming infrastructure to support economic diversification, and accelerating innovation and digital transformation to position Botswana as a leader in global digital economy. So indeed, this forum is a call to action for all of us to share ideas, offer solutions, and collaborate to restore fiscal vitality and uplift livelihoods for all Botswana. And with that said, please, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to connect to the Wi-Fi, which is readily available for your use. Scan the QR codes that are placed across the various tables for key material, and let's work together for a sustainable and inclusive future. So that's the housekeeping. Please note that this event is live streamed. Online participants can contribute through Slido as well as through WhatsApp. And feedback is essential, so please take a moment to complete the forms provided later. Let's make this interactive, let's make this productive. Thank you very much. Now, to offer some salutations, of course, allow for me to begin by recognizing the acting president of the Republic of Botswana and Minister of Finance, NDABA GAOLATHE. You recognize you, sir. SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency, Mr. Elias Mahosi. UNDP Resident Representative, Dr. Bolash Horvath. Delegation of the European Union to Botswana, as well as SADC, Ambassador Petra Pereira. Absentia. Resident representative of the World Bank Country Office, Mr. Liang Wang. The Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Tsokolo Alex Khanezano, and other permanent secretaries here present. Allow for me to recognize the Deputy Governor of Bank of Botswana, Dr. Leboga Masalela. Thank you so much. Allow for me to recognize Treasurer of Business Botswana, Mr. Butler Piri. Chief Executive Officers of parastatals and the private sector here present. Senior government officials, civil societies and NGOs, distinguished guests, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt good morning to you all. And allow for me, at the onset of this engagement, to say Happy New Year and wishing you prosperity, success, good health, and abundance for the year 2025. Thank you very much. Let's get right into the program, but to warm us into the proceedings, there is a young vocalist who is causing shockwaves across the country and even abroad in the region, continentally, and even internationally, that I would like to first welcome to the stage in the form of Thato Tladi. Allow for me to... Thato Tladi? Please welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Dumelang. Lina ke lone Thato Tladi. Ke letse ke kopile gore for this introductory ke le ke go opela sengwe se eleng gore se molotsana yo go tase. So for that I found it very fitting gore ke opele a cappella, and then later on ke rata tsa re tsenya di instruments ala kere. Okay, so pine ke ta yo opela ngwana na e video a go te location. Ay, ke phela ke cabanga ka wena. Ay, ke phela ke cabanga ka wena mutho. My name is Tato Tladi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Tato Tladi. You know, I know that we're here to discuss fiscal prudence, but I hope that doesn't mean you'll be frugal with your applause. So again, a round of applause for Tato Tladi. Let's not balance the budget by cutting enthusiasm. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce our distinguished guest, the Minister of Finance, who is duly the acting President of the Republic of Botswana, Honorable NDABA GAOLATHE, who will give an overview of the government's vision for the upcoming fiscal year. And we do hope that this address will set the tone for today's discussion by highlighting our shared priorities for inclusive growth, sustainable development, and fiscal discipline. So, ladies and gentlemen, please rise as I invite to the podium the Honorable Minister of Finance and Acting President.
We may be seated, please. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Retumisa Mute. Thank you, Madame Matipa, for your moving prayer. I work with Madame Matipa every day, so you can imagine. You can imagine the divine protection and the motivation at the ministry. Thank you, Retlaji, for a moving song. It just shows the depth of talent in this country. Director of Ceremony, SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, UNDP Resident Representative Dr. Balaz Hovath, Delegation of the European Union to Botswana and SADC, Ambassador Pereira, Resident Representative of the World Bank Country Office, Mr. Liang Wang, the Professor, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Alex Khanezan, Deputy Governor, Bank of Botswana, Dr. Masalila, Permanent Secretaries here today, Treasurer, Business, Botswana, the Great Accountant, Mr. Butler Piri, Chief Executives of parastatals and the private sector, and the great entrepreneurs of this country, senior government officials here today, civil societies and NGOs, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, ke a dumedisa. The other time I was reading a story, a remarkable story about a remarkable man. A Frenchman, a journalist of a newspaper magazine in France, had a car accident, almost completely paralyzed, couldn't speak, couldn't move. The only part of his body that he could move was his left eye. Only his eye. And he learned how to communicate through his eye, through blinking. And after he learned how to communicate, he worked on a project to write a book purely through blinking. About 200,000 blinks. Nearly paralyzed. Everything lost. The only way to communicate was through his eye, blinking. And he wrote a beautiful, beautiful book called The Diving Suit and the Butterfly. Sheer determination, sheer tenacity of the human spirit. And we are here in Botswana, determined to build a well-managed country that is the paragon of unity, fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. We are as determined as Jean-Dominique Bowlby. We are as determined, no matter how paralyzed we may feel, no matter how constrained the circumstances may be. We are determined to build a well-managed country. We are determined to build what will become a paragon of unity, fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. We are not here to preach to you as the Ministry of Finance or as a government system. We are here to listen. We are here to be handheld by yourselves. We are here to be guided by yourselves. We are here to walk on the path that you will light for this country. Everyone knows that the fiscus of our country are strained and our system of financial management has immense lapses. We need to restore it. It cannot be restored by anyone but by the people of this country. Restored by the talent and the determination of the people of this country. We know that our institutions, whether it's government or the state-owned enterprises, we know that some of them, many of them, are dysfunctional. They need to be restored. They cannot be restored by anyone but the people of this country, by the deep talent of this country. We know that we have a deep unemployment crisis in this country, that many of our young talent is unemployed. No one can create the opportunities other than the people of this country. We know that our youth, our people have the energy, they have the vision, our elders have the wisdom and the maturity, all of which is ready to be harnessed to lift our country. It is the people, our people, that will lift this country to become the best managed country on this continent, the paragon of unity, fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. We know that whatever we need to do has to be outside the box. Whatever we do to deal with the challenges that we face has to be exceptional. Everyone talks about diversification, but it is the people. It is the talent of our people that will diversify this economy. It is our people who will bring ways to diversify even in the mineral sector, to beneficiate. It is our people who will bring new ways, the right technology, the right expertise to develop our agriculture and create mass employment opportunities. We know that we have a creative sector that is waiting to be tapped. It is our people who will bring out the best out of our people. We know we have a services sector that is yearning to modernize and that is yearning to do things differently. It is our people who will bring out the best in them. We know that our great entrepreneurs are complaining about the walls that prohibit them from excelling at what they do. Some of them have been telling me they need 6 licenses, 10 licenses from different places. We need to do things differently. We need to change those 6 licenses into 1 license from 1 place. We need to bring down the walls that prohibit our country from realizing its full potential. We know that our society is unequal, that we need to bring equity. There is no greater equity than ensuring that every single citizen of this country has an opportunity to realize the best of themselves. So I'm humbled and delighted to deliver this opening address at this significant budget consultation forum for general stakeholders. And today we have brought together a diverse group of stakeholders, including the policewoman here. Representing the private sector, non-governmental organizations, financial institutions, community-based organizations, development partners, state-owned enterprises, and various government arms to guide policy direction as we finalize the 2025-2026 national budget. We are here on a path towards building a nation that is the best managed country on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to solicit your input on the draft budget strategy paper. As you know, the Ministry of Finance prepares a budget strategy paper annually as part of the budget preparation process. This paper outlines the economic and fiscal context that will inform the 2025-26 national budget. So we are here not to preach to you, but to listen to you, to be guided by you, to be handheld by yourselves. And your presence here signifies our shared commitment in shaping a sustainable and inclusive future for our nation. The diverse perspectives you bring to today's discussions are of immense value. Whether you are representing a business aiming for growth, an NGO tackling pressing societal challenges, a financial institution fostering investment, or a government agency ensuring effective service delivery, Your insights and contributions are vital for our way forward as a country. Your insights and contributions are critical to ensuring that our national budget reflects the realities on the ground and addresses the priorities of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, the preparation of the 2025-26 budget is characterized by unfavorable financial and economic environment. Globally, we are navigating an uncertain economic landscape characterized by slowing economic growth and persistent global challenges. Domestically, we face the dual task of driving economic recovery while laying the foundation for long-term resilience as a nation and sustainability. One of my officials will later provide a synopsis of our operating environment. A very technical man will be presenting to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, despite the socio-economic challenges, as government will focus on policies, programs, and projects designed to improve and reinforce resilience. The aim is to build a future with better access to services, with stronger communities, with greater opportunities for the prosperity of all our citizens. Jobs, jobs, and more jobs. Jobs, jobs, and more jobs. The country seeks to ensure shared economic growth and improved quality of life for future generations through inclusive development. Allow me to indicate that promoting export-led growth requires improved competitiveness and productivity, with a focus on reducing the cost of domestic production, bringing down the price of utilities, the price of power, ease of our logistics, and removing other barriers of trade. Hence, these will be overriding criteria for gauging all government policies and measures. Therefore, it is necessary to apply these systematically as we review government's decisions and all major policy frameworks, systems, procedures in the economic, labor, and social areas. And in this context, the 2025-26 budget will prioritize several critical areas, including the need to rebuild fiscal buffers to protect against future economic shocks. The Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alex Khanezano, always says to me that he always shudders and is not able to sleep at night whenever he imagines the possibility of another COVID in the circumstances that we face. But I take it very easy because with Mama Tipa's prayers, I am not afraid. I am fearless. In fact, I have so much hope for the future of this country. So in this context, the 2025-26 budget will prioritize the strengthening of domestic revenue mobilization. BRS, we believe, and many citizens of this country believe, that it needs to reshape, it needs to build itself, that it can do 30 to 40% better in collection than it is. We need to build the capacity and capabilities around mechanizing mega infrastructure and not talk about building Trans-Kalaharis over 30-year periods. For 30 years, we talk about building Trans-Kalahari, we talk about Zambezi Highway, we talk about bringing water out of Lesotho. As a society, we need to shape up. As a people, we need to shake up. Let's build the capacity to rapidly mechanize whatever our vision is to do mega projects. We need to foster innovation and private sector development. We need to diversify the economy. We need to enhance the quality of life of our people through comprehensive yet targeted interventions. And achieving these goals requires the collaboration of all stakeholders. And we need to step back as a country and decide for ourselves, who is it that characterizes the ideal partner to Botswana as a nation? Who is the ideal partner to our state-owned enterprises? Who is the ideal partner for our businesses? Until we are able to answer that question, and the people have started to answer this question, that we need partners as a government, as a state-owned enterprises, and as private companies. We need partners that are in it for the long term. That's the first characterization of the ideal partner. We need a partner who wants to be associated with the Botswana narrative of being the well-managed country, so that you are proud to be associated with greatness. We need a partner, and I said every time I say this one, I feel a little embarrassed. We need a partner with deep, deep pockets. So we need to agree amongst ourselves in the same way that you look for a partner, a life partner, a wife or a husband, and I know many will look at me and say, he's no authority to talk about these things. But it needs to be said. He's no authority to talk about these things. Let me tell you, I am an authority to talk about these things. And I'll tell you why. And I say this for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with the Botswana culture. You see, in my culture, if you are named after a grandfather, I've been named after my grandfather. My grandfather was called NDABA. That's why my first name is heavier than my last name, because I was named after my grandfather. So when you are named after a grandfather, you have the authority to say anything under the sun with not having to face the consequences. So I am a grandfather. So, ladies and gentlemen, to advance our development agenda, our prudent resource management, and enhanced macroeconomic stability, all this, the prudence, the stability is vital. And in line with this commitment, the budget strategy paper has identified national priorities for the 2025-26 budget. And they are building an inclusive economy, improving the quality of life, modernizing and transforming infrastructure, innovation, and digital transformation. Digitalization, not digitization. Digitalization and not digitization. I think in my next life, I will try to be a rapper. So our country continues to grapple with critical development challenges. We still have a problem of poverty. We still have a problem of inequality. We still have a problem, especially, of high unemployment. And without effective interventions, without a serious authenticity and a thinking out of the box, without determination, without a corrupt-free system and culture, without diligence, without fairness, without teamwork, without bringing out the best in others, without self-belief, without moving forward, without looking at the past, without doing these things, we will not be able to achieve this well-managed country that is the paradigm of unity, fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. But we are equal, if not more, to the challenges. Not even an applause. So, wherever we are, we wish to discuss an area that holds transformative potential for all sectors, this digital revolution, and the strategic use of information and communication technology. There is a crucial need to harness the internet connectivity and digitalization initiatives in the ICT sector, where many young people are engaged. This is an important ingredient in the unlocking of the country's inherent energy and innovation. By embracing ICT, we can break down barriers, we can connect communities, and ensure equitable access to opportunities and services for all our people. And the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the importance of digital resilience. The businesses that leverage digital platforms were able to adapt to disruptions, and organizations with innovative technologies were able to reach and maintain vital connections within communities. This momentum must be sustained. And I may as well put it to you that some of the best performing companies and the most innovative companies in the world now were founded during periods of recession and during periods of hardship. So something good must and will come out of the circumstances that we face today. So I invite you to focus on a sector brimming with untapped potential and cultural significance, the creative industry. And this industry is more than just a source of entertainment. It is a driver of economic growth. It is a driver of cultural preservation and social transformation. From our music, our film, our fashion, our digital arts, our crafts, our storytelling, our dance, our dress. The creative sector has the power to generate employment. It has the power to foster innovation and to project our identity, our distinct identity, who we are, the food that we eat, the dance that we dance, the tears that we shed, the smiles that we smile, the way we greet, the way we live together. It has the power to project that. A proud nation, a blessed nation, a great nation. This creative sector. And our collective role as different stakeholders is more critical than ever in the face of the growing challenge of gender-based violence. And together as civil societies, NGOs, community-based organizations, the private sector, different arms of government, we should be visible and at the forefront of social change, policy intervention, and advocacy. The determination of Ms. Chombo, the determination of Ms. John here, they are always on my back, always at my neck, in a very good way, because they believe that together we can get to the bottom of this thing. And thank you, Madam John, and thank you, Madam Chombo. So, ladies and gentlemen, other areas of concern that we need to deliberate on and find innovative solutions to include, as I have said, gender equality and bringing urban-rural disparities, bridging urban-rural disparities by ensuring women have equal access to higher skilled and better paid employment opportunities. We need to fight against corruption. We need to fight against corruption. From the top to the bottom. I say it everywhere I go. In the new Botswana, there will be no one who takes commission from anyone. No under-the-table dealings in the new Botswana. Much can be said, but I promise you, in the new Botswana, we are determined to be exemplary. We will fight corruption to the bitter end. We need to enhance project appraisal. And here the Ministry of Finance has tremendous responsibility. If you are professionals in whatever ministry, whether Ministry of Finance, if we are fair, if we are authentic, if we do things properly and make decisions because they are the right decisions, not because there's an order from the president or the vice president. You will be protected. You will be protected. And this I say with great confidence, that we have a president and a vice president who will stand by men and women of integrity in the system. If you call us and tell us you are being persecuted for doing the right thing, and here is the right thing that I have been doing, and I'm being persecuted for it, I put my name on the block, we will protect you in the New Botswana. I'm coming to an end. I have warned you, and I have warned the nation of Botswana, that everything to do about the economy is boring. I will bore you to the end. I will bore you so much until this country prospers. So the Ministry of Finance has established platforms, all sorts of platforms, to facilitate public participation in the budget process. And one of my officials, all my officials are professors. I'm surrounded by professors and pastors. So they will share these platforms with you when they make their presentations and ensure that your contributions and inputs are considered as we finalize the budget preparation. And some justifiably say, why do you keep consulting us at the last minute? And I say to them, there is no last minute when you are building a nation. You just keep consulting. You just keep writing the song. You just keep listening. You just keep at it. There's no deadline. There's no end point. We will be writing the budget speech to the last moment. Whenever they write a speech for me, they complain that I always deviate. Because whenever I get a speech, I write it, I add to it on the way to the occasion. Even as I was sitting, I was still writing it. When I was walking here, then I thought about the Frenchman. So the idea of building a nation, you cannot put deadlines to it. The song needs to be continued. We need to continue writing it. We need to continue modifying our ways. We need to continue allowing injection of new ideas in everything to the bitter end. So we are here to listen. We are here to learn. We are here to work with you. You are the champions of this change that is coming. You are the torchbearers of this new Botswana. So in closing, let us remember that our collective efforts, our collective ideas and commitment are the foundation upon which we will build this nation. We will build a sustainable and inclusive, a prosperous future for all our citizens. Our economic and financial position might be undesirable, but we will rise. Unemployed young men and women might roam the streets, but we will rise. Our people might be battling with poverty and inequality, but we will rise. And every challenge we face is an opportunity to rebuild. Every challenge we face is an opportunity to innovate, and overcome. And together, with resilience and determination, we will rise.
Another round of applause, please, for the Minister of Finance, who is currently the acting president. You know, as I stand here, I must admit the pressure is immense. Addressing a man who wears not one, not two, but three significant hats: Minister of Finance, Vice President, and currently the acting president. Should I falter and instinctively address you as Honorable Minister, or err in any way, I kindly plead for clemency from all other esteemed titles that you hold. So from what we picked, we're here to listen and be guided by yourselves, the people of this country. Replenishing our coffers is a collective responsibility that rests in our hands. The opportunities we need to create for growth and prosperity can only come from within through the efforts and ingenuity of Botswana. Diversification is our shared duty, and by unlocking the potential of sectors such as the creative industry, we can bring out the best in our people and drive our nation forward. Thank you so very much for an invigorating speech and indeed whetting our appetites for what should be a year of prosperity, good health, abundance, and sheer boredom until we succeed. But we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Thank you so very much. Just a reminder of our housekeeping. We are live streaming the event. There are online participants who are able to contribute through Slido and WhatsApp. There are QR codes that are available to access the budget strategy paper, and you are able to share your comments and indeed your questions. Feedback is essential throughout the course of today's proceedings, so please take a moment to complete the forms provided later. And for anyone who is looking for restrooms, they are immediately outside of this building. You are able to go around to behind stage, or you can go upstairs. So following the keynote address, we'll now move into a detailed overview of the 2025-2026 budget strategy paper. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Batane Walter Matekane, who will guide us through the main themes, priorities, and fiscal strategies outlined in the document. Please welcome him to stage with a round of applause.
Good morning, all. This wonderful morning. Dumela. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, to me. I really appreciate the opportunity. Let me recognize protocol. So humbled to stand in front of the acting president, who also happens to be my Minister of Finance. Not only that, like you said, the other big head. But every time he delivers a speech, it's an inspiration, it's an assignment for me. We are being mentored, we are being guided daily. For that, we sleep like babies and think how we can take this nation out of the current situation. Also, I would like to recognize the UNDP resident representative, Dr. Balas Hovath, resident representative, World Bank Office, Mr. Liang Wang, the professor, and above all, also recognize the new from the box permanent secretary, Dr. Sokoloho Alex Khanezano, one of the greatest economists I've seen and I've worked with, and I'm happy to be serving under. The Deputy Governor, Bank of Botswana, Dr. Kyaleboga Masalila, a man I share a birthday with, a man who shares a birth year with my mom. So you can see that I'm being groomed, I'm being guided. So I'm so happy to serve under these great economists in this era. Other permanent secretaries in the room, the leaders of our government who strive so hard to provide quality service, the great accountant, treasurer of Business Botswana, Mr. Batla Piri, CEOs of our beloved parastatals and the private sector, senior government officials, leaders of our civil societies and NGOs, distinguished guests, allow me to greet you all this wonderful morning. And with that, with the protocol having been observed, allow me to be a little bit less technical today as I become a servant to present the macroeconomic conditions we find ourselves in as we formulate the next budget. Truly, we will rise again. We will rise again. And we have done that before, we can still do it, and we pray that the strategies we put in place will take this nation forward. My first slide there, as I try to summarize and simplify the budget strategy paper in our website, I present it to one of the most diverse, knowledgeable group, experts. I'm just a young economist, still growing. If you give me the next slide. As we try to present this budget strategy paper to you, on an annual basis, we prepare a paper. Around June, we start our focusing process led by experts, and we have a strong technical team, quite strong, and we have a strong leadership team who guides the process. And the forecasting is not always easy, but they always do their job so well that the outcome is always close to the reality. And this focus provides a framework and also the outlook that is so necessary to look ahead and try to estimate what should be anticipated the coming years. Not only 1 year, we do it for the medium term, as you will see the table later. If you give me the presentation, allow me, but as we do this, the budget strategy paper basically puts together the macroeconomic conditions we find ourselves in, globally, domestically. We also try to look at the national priorities from all documents that are guiding the nation at the moment. And as you might have picked, we don't usually do our Pitso in January. We do them around September to November. But because of elections, we had to wait and be guided as well. We allowed ourselves to be taught, to be guided, and the whole of November, December, we are learning and we're being guided, and we reformulated these positions to try to accommodate the new vision. And in there, as we're putting up the paper, you see the conditions, the macro-fiscal conditions that we operate under, and we'll also see the focus that we think this country will experience. And at the heart of all these technical things, it is the people who are seated in this room, who we always call on an annual basis to come and listen to come and be allowed to be preached to, and to be criticized, to be guided, to be rebuked, and to be asked the most difficult questions. The difficult questions keeping my peers awake at night. So we want those questions so that we can think together as a nation and solidify our journey as we move forward. We'll also present the government debt situation as the paper will be coming through. And in this paper, we just put up this outline that you'll later see. But I'll continue nevertheless. As the paper is coming through, last week, the International Monetary Fund released what they call an update to their World Economic Outlook. And this update was updating the October forecast, which they released during the annual meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. And they had forecasts then. And these forecasts, as they were updating last week, they were not changed much. But what is coming out clear from the outlook, it is the uncertainty. I'll put the word, the uncertainty still exists. Next slide. Next one. So the uncertainty still exists, and our expectation is that the revision, because it's not far off globally, ours will also not be far off from what we'll be forecasting. And some of the core numbers, like the main focus, you get to hear them, or you get a feel of the entire thing in a few weeks as the budget speech will be delivered to you with the proposed budget allocations. The advanced economies, as you see globally, they haven't changed their forecast. It's at 3.3%. Thank you. At 3.3% for this year that we are in, and for next year. So they think globally the economy will grow at a moderate 3.3% for 2025 and 2026. And of course, led by the advanced economies, who will slightly accelerate from the initial 1.7 last year to an estimated 1.9% in 2025, and decelerate slightly to 1.8 in 2026. As you will see, the emerging markets and developing economies always perform slightly higher than the advanced, and they will be stable around 4.2% for the year that went in 2025, decelerating, of course, from the 4.2 that was realized in 2024. And they believe that next year it will slightly increase the speed to around 4.3%. And of course, these global conditions are necessary to understand, and inflation remains around a stable environment of around 4% globally. But when you come back home, we will only show you a small profile. If you look at the left X on your left there, that in 2023, the economy slowed down to around 2.7%. It was a slowdown because the previous year, 2022, we grew at a faster growth of 5.5%. We want to show you this trend so that you see the deceleration in the pace of growth, that the economy has really slowed down. And this subdued growth is expected to manifest in the year 2024. As you know, our numbers as released by Statistics Botswana come with a quarter lag. So the final numbers for 2024 will come out in March, at the end of March. So we'll know how the economy did at the end of March. But we estimate that it should have grown by around minus 1.7. That's a red there. And because we are in a sort of like a recession year type of, on average, the economy for the first 3 quarters that the data came out last year, it decreased by 3.3%. Or you can say it grew by a negative 3.3. So it is still sort of like a slowdown that is so significant because it's on the negative. And we believe, because we'll be coming from this subdued environment, we forecast that starting this year and beyond, the economy should grow by between around 3% to 4%, any number in there, but we'll give a definitive number as we release the budget speech in a few weeks. Having shown you the domestic economic review and the outlook that we anticipate, allow me to move quickly. What is causing all this slowdown is one of our major, if not the biggest contributing economic activity, being mining. And we try to show you in our paper the production profile that we've put there and the sales, how they declined. And technically, I would like to show you this, that we did not sell as we would have loved to. Our sales last year, usually we do 10 sites instead of 5 sites. If you look at this, we sell 10 times in a year, but we were able to only sell 5 times last year because of the low prices that were being offered by those who are consuming our goods, and therefore our sales declined by around 20% in the previous year in those sales. And basically, we also try to show you that the weak demand, we continue to experience it, but we have hope that will rise again and these conditions will improve. And also, I would like to just pass by that our price stability is still intact, though below the 3 to 6% target range by the central bank. Inflation actually averaged around 1.7%. It reached 1.7% December 2024. It was being maintained in the previous month, but you can see that inflation is below the 3% that we have set for ourselves. So prices are a bit low. These technical details I'll spare you, but overall the balance of payments is still experiencing a deficit from a surplus there. When you look into the medium term, because of course the reduction in the receipts, in the inflows that are coming from diamonds specifically. However, total foreign exchange reserves for the country stood at 56.1 billion as of October 2024. This is the latest number audited, also declining from 64.9 billion of the same month in the previous year. We see in total because also, like I said, the same reasons affecting the balance of payments are also affecting this. And I'll later talk about the government investment account as we go forward, which is a component of that. My acting president clearly highlighted the challenges that we find ourselves that we need to deal with. These are the numbers as published by Statistics Botswana. We still have high unemployment rates. We still notice high poverty rates. We experience high inequalities, and we believe that we can use other unconventional means of trying to come out of these situations to grow the economy. Also trying to address the gender disparities in order to and also enhance our social protection framework in general. I want to quickly reach to the bottom of the situation. As Minister of Finance, I just want to give you the current financial year's performance. We will have numbers that will be coming out as we present the budget speech, but I want to give you the first half of the financial year. So this is the situation that the 24-25 budget performance, just from the first 6 months of the financial year, I'll start with what we spent. That's the elephant in the room. We spent 38.87 billion in the first 6 months, money that we used. And we only received 34.67 billion, money that we came through our accounts. Therefore, we did not have the 4.2 billion that we used there. So this money, this is the first 6 months of the year, so it gives you a trend of the whole financial year, which will end at the end of March. This is just a picture I want to demonstrate here. We had a forecast at the top there. We had the forecast for the 24-25 budget year that we estimate that we'll collect around 77.2 billion, and we had also estimated that we'll use around 95.7 billion. So we had estimated that there will be a huge deficit of 18.6 billion. So the first 6 months gave you 4.2 there. Allow me to quickly jump, passing through these priorities. These priorities have been identified through a rigorous process of mapping all the guiding documents in the nation and trying to summarize them and also try to pick what is possible and also to try to match this to the proposed budget allocations that will be presented by the minister in a few weeks. And like the minister clearly mentioned them, we cannot look away when this nation needs to focus on improving the quality of life for its people. And this quality of life is encompassing, and all this, they talk to building an inclusive economy altogether. And our infrastructure, as you may see and agree with me, it is clearly not in the state where we need to believe like an upper middle income country like Botswana should be doing. And the innovation and digital transformation that my minister spoke and mentioning clearly distinguishing digitalization versus digitization. We don't want to be converting into digital forms by digitizing. We want to infuse the systems that are so necessary to enhance our business environment or our government machinery. As we look ahead, I want to just present that for the coming budget, that budget year that will be starting in April 1, which is the key year, we estimate as of today, of course these numbers may change as we'll be reading the budget speech, but we estimate that we will collect slightly above the number that I showed you earlier on, total revenues and grants of 85.4 billion. And these sources of money that we anticipate for the coming year will be led by SACU receipts at 23.3 billion. And you note that our traditional source of revenue, mineral revenues, is slightly at 17.2 billion. But this is an estimate, as you will later see as I present the numbers. And the other sources of income, of course, my minister spoke so well that BRS is working so hard in repositioning itself, rebuilding itself to try to collect more for Botswana. What is already there, there is efficiency that can be realized as we work harder at BRS. And we expect that other forms of revenue will also try to perform at like Bank of Botswana, 700 million. But this number, it depends on the proceeds or on the foreign exchange reserves that we have, on the assets that government holds at Bank of Botswana. And on the expenditure side, as we look ahead, the proposed sort of like budget allocations or expenditure profile still gives us a huge number of 96.7 billion. And of course, with a huge recurrent budget of 71.8 billion, and of course, also a significant development expenditure of around 25.1 billion. And this gives us a difficult environment again. It's an overall deficit. The outcome is an overall deficit. So we still anticipate that we'll run short of money to finance what we need to do in this coming financial year. And of course, like I said, these numbers are still a focus, and the actual numbers, you get to see them as the minister will be presenting the budget speech. I like this table. It's one of our favorites, and I'm going to talk about the 22-23 just to show you a picture. I'm starting with expenditure once more. And when you look at our recurrent, this is the year that ended last year, so these are actual numbers in blue. If you look at our recurrent expenditure, which was close to 60 billion, led by the salaries of the personal emoluments and pensions of public officers there, and grants and subventions to our local authorities and SOEs. So you would see that these two numbers are well over half of this number. The 31, the 15, you can tell these two, they're the ones driving. Running government, your printers, so you can tell that other charges around 10 billion and everything there is still very low. But these two numbers, we need to have a discussion around them. Like the minister spoke about the SOEs and other things. And when you look at the development expenditure, we should be driving the economic growth basically. It's quite significant with a number. This is what how we performed. So you can tell that we used 14.2 billion in the financial year 2023. And when you come here, the number, these are still forecasts. It's growing. Okay? Of course, trying to stimulate the economy. And this number, it is also growing. Yet our revenue sources are not enough. Of course, we are optimistic and forecasting more than the previous years, but really the situation needs a reflection from all of us. And these are our forecasts, and they may change, and we'll release some as we publish the budget speech. But really, as a fiscal economist, my worry is all these deficits. We're not even focusing any balanced budget soon. So there is need for a discussion such that we restore, and then we can start increasing our consumption. So for me, these deficits are a challenge and they are a nightmare. And that's why my PS is not sleeping at night, because they need to be financed. They need to be financed. So we also need to discuss the financing options. So this table basically gives me this, before I conclude. This table is accompanied by risks that could also derail further what we think will happen. And we're not closing our eyes from the current challenges. Like you heard clearly that if my peers wakes up at night to say, should there be another COVID, how are we going to save people's lives? He's worried about these global challenges, conditions. So these are our risks. These risks, of course, we try to propose the interventions, how we can mitigate them. But really, if we don't consolidate, I showed you these numbers because for me, this is the greatest risk. If we don't consolidate, we are also running the risk of leaving the next generation with a burdensome life. The other ones are natural disasters and the weak activity that may be experienced from our utility sectors. I got worried as there was a dark out earlier on, as there was no electricity in the room. I got worried and I said, oh, I hope we don't have a load shedding today, but we trust that we'll revive this and also get the economy back on track, because this is more like fuel to the entire economy. What could hinder our growth? This is what I'm saying. And we also need to think how we are going to transform this economy, how we want to build a new Botswana in a special way, how we want to bring restoration and also try to get the country back on its fiscal sustainable path that it has been known for. This is the strategy that we've put in the budget strategy paper. If you see, there are probably 3 paragraphs there, talking to revenue, talking to how we want to strategize, how we want to have a conversation with stakeholders such as ourselves around our expenditure decisions. Let's discuss how we are going to reduce our expenditure. I showed you the shortfalls that we are currently experiencing. If there is no seshabo kolape, if there is no meat in the household, in our culture, we just eat maize meal without any form of relish. We just consume it as it is. So you adjust your budget because it's guided by the current conditions of the family. If our father didn't bring anything, so we just cook motoho or salt porridge and eat. So really, we need to discuss the expenditure profile that I've just shown you and try to save more and rebuild for shocks that may arise in future. The International Monetary Fund, many years, it has been on our neck. Every year when they come, they ask us this difficult question. With this huge wage bill, as Botswana, how do you intend and how do you assure us that you are in a fiscal, sustainable path with such a great wage bill? So we need to have a discussion around it. How do we discuss the grants and subventions that we give to our local authorities and our SOEs? How do we rationalize them? How do we bring efficiencies in this space? These are discussions that we're putting in the table so that the brilliant minds in the room can suggest what to be done. The public partnership bill is one of the strategies that we think if we could pass our law and also come up with the regulations in this space, it gives a clear room for the private sector, such as yourself, to play in a safer space, to play. You heard my minister say, we need a life partner with deep, deep, deep pockets. So really, if we don't give you the comfort through passing the bill like such as this one, at times people, they want to see what is there so that they become protected should anything happen going forward. So we will try to expedite the public-private partnership bill to be passed into law. We want to enhance our efficiency in our public expenditure. There have been several studies carried out that there are inefficiencies, there are leakages in our expenditure. So we want to close this and close everything, be it corruption, be it in overpriced goods, whatever you can name it. So it's a mammoth task requiring all of us to help each other because most of the people who are offering services to government are in this room. So let's discuss. On the revenue side, we are not going to sleep. We want to also try to explore other expenditure, other revenue options. And in terms of fiscal policy, when you talk about revenue options, you talk about tax. So we want to look at our tax legislation, look at our taxes, whether there are no gaps there, whether they are enough, whether they are being progressive, whether they are being modernized. So, and there's a lot of work for our organization to work harder in this space. And SBURS will be working so hard to try to collect as much as you can what you should be collecting. And we believe we can reach some stability to give our minister some comfort. I'm saying SBURS because I'm part of it. So we'll continue to close the leakages that are there, and we will simplify and review and even modernize our tax laws to try to boost collection in this space. So this is the strategy that we are proposing and that we are putting forward for discussion because the brilliant minds are in this room. And this, we believe, will promote economic growth and will ensure that our finances are sustainable in the long term. I try to be less technical. Let me summarize with this slide that the current conditions that the economy finds itself can be a lesson. Can be a lesson for us, and they require that we reflect on our position. And if you are sitting on a chair and it's facing the sun, you've got two choices to say, am I shifting this chair to face away from the sun, or am I moving this chair to a shade? So it's an option that you can take. So as an economy, we are basically proposing as your servants that we need to reflect on our position and try to think ahead and try to help the next generation, because we should create employment. We should revive this economy to grow to comfortable levels, we should provide services to Botswana. And really, we are saying, despite the challenges and the shocks, if we put the right strategies, if we put our heads together, if we advise each other, if we get united as a nation, we can deploy the next budget as a useful tool to stabilize this economy. And I want to stop here, Director of Ceremonies, with this slide. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Matekane. Round of applause, please, for him. For what was a thorough and comprehensive overview of the 2025-2026 budget strategy paper. We now move to a presentation that offers critical insights into the general public's views on the proposed budget. Allow for me to welcome to stage the Chief Public Relations Officer at the Ministry of Finance, Mayor Gineilwe Sohopolo. A round of applause, please, for her.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. All protocol observed, and it's not an easy task to come onto the stage after the acting president has delivered a speech, but I'm a lucky person. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, our minister, our PS, Director Macro, and all our economists. And in the hall, I see the giants of various sectors, the motor industry, football, retail, our largest retail stores. You know them, you don't have to ask. They are not just in Botswana. I see our CBOs and all others. And of course, our creatives. And I hope there should be a significant number of you here. And can I just kindly ask if they could show by hands whether you are an influencer, whether you are an artist or you're a producer and you manage somebody. We greatly appreciate the fact that for some time, probably you've been in the periphery, but welcome to Minister of Finance. And who are we? This ministry, I could call it the grandfather of ministries, similar to our Vice President and Acting President. Formed in 1970, there are various ministries that have been, well, extracted. Minister of Trade, and of course, Minister of Trade giving birth to entrepreneurship and then back to trade. And if you look at the landscape of this country, all our state agencies in the finance sector, pensions, and of course, you look at our Bank of Botswana, where we have alternative governors there, and the famous GIA, which has been making news, good and positive. And of course, in Bifira, where it has close to 100 billion. And let me just say, as the Minister of Finance, basically, we are about accountability. When you are in our midst, you have to account. And it's very important for budget transparency. You have to account because if you don't, we are going to have problems. We foster trust and transparency. And of course, our engagements are to give citizens a chance to have a voice in their finances. Remember, there's no PS or minister that has access to all government accounts. Nobody walks around and has a pin to anything. So that transparency, it improves our accuracy and quality of the budget. And of course, all of you in this room, all our stakeholder engagements, and of course, those who are online, they give quality to the budget. UN meetings, and they've been very clear. It's necessary to step forward and have budget transparency. There's a measurement, and we're trying to do the best. We are below 50, and we need to talk about it, because when we're Minister of Finance, we try not to tiptoe around sensitive issues. Accountability, responsible respect to the budget process. Last week and up to now, some have said, are you really accountable? Yes, we are. We will not bring you here and not talk about our finances. Integrity, honesty regarding the budget. When we speak here, Ramatekane has just showed you our revenues and our expenditure. Excellence, outstanding. We are good with the budget. If there's no money, there's no money. If there is, there is. If there's a deficit, we tell you. No matter how small or large that deficit is, we have to tell you. Time, the right time for the budget. When the budget call is issued, it's around April, May. And we carry on from there with meetings and ensuring that each and every ministry has their say, right up until we go to Parliament. How do we get the messages and relations with others? Influencers are seen as irrelevant. To the Minister of Finance, they are very relevant. They carry our message, and the manner in which they carry our message is through their pages. So they link to our social media page, we link to theirs, and we get comments, we get a feel of what people want to say. And I've listed 2. And of course, we had the best comedian Botswana has ever produced, William Last. And in February last year, he did speak about how he has managed to actually use social media to increase his ratings. We brought about a local company, Storms, and we went places. And of course, our artists. Every meeting, if we have an artist, we know that we are creating to them, getting others on board, and of course, they create employment as well. Our comments from people, these are general comments. They talk to agriculture, but you can see that the youth were the largest with their own comments. These comments, we normally kick them off or start at the consumer fair. You may ask, why the consumer fair? That's where you'll find young people on holiday, because normally it happens just after schools have closed. So we get an opportunity to actually kickstart our engagements. So we do the face-to-face engagements and interviews with consumer fair attendants. And they've talked about SMEs, inclusive economy. And actually, before we knew that one of the priorities will be inclusive economy, they talk of climate change, sports, digital issues, governance, and we're surprised. Sports and governance, they actually said, for some who are not into any form of work, sports is an issue we need to talk about. Let me just take you 2 years back when we started engaging on social media. This is a snapshot of a week or 2. And you can see that our reach and impressions increase every other day. The largest we ever had was when we had the influencers on board, and we managed to get 44,261 on the 23rd of August. So we always say, probably this was our lucky day. However, little did we know that in 2024, we'll have a finance minister who's also vice president. But before I get to that, we have decided to go digital and not have paper. So we've got a young person who's from the digital hub to actually manage this for us. And because people had said, we do not want to use government email for their own reasons, We gave them an opportunity, budgetcomments@gmail.com. Our WhatsApp number, it ensures that you can SMS, you can WhatsApp, and we're happy to say every time we go into that space, we realize that the WhatsApp has a higher rate of engagement than email. Back to our Vice President and Acting President. The day we announced that we are having the Youth Pitso, we got views of 74,000. That's the stadium and the UB Stadium. So take that into perspective. We had interactions. These interactions, the 600 or over 500 of them, they were likes, some with hearts. The clicks was 655, which was very interesting. We had views. The minute we put down the countdown, 1 day left, there was 16,000, a reach of 5,000, and interactions of 9,712. Back to the comments. We don't tiptoe around issues. Health. We all know that our health system is not the best. And these are just some of the comments. Invest in more doctors. We need to give more attention to the public health sector. Invest in sports. Focus more on sports because there are many talented people out there. Fund more outcome-based courses. Ensure there's development of the automotive industry. And they're actually telling us, can you stop building universities, rather go to the technical? That is where a lot of the youth are saying they're not given that opportunity. Digital economy, invest in cybersecurity. ICT should be a priority. Infrastructure, increase finances for better roads, agriculture, funding for commercial agriculture, governance. And when you look at the comments from governance, programs with high expenditure shall be monitored to ensure return on investments. Our acting president has said this during the last local authorities engagement and the youth. Each and every project should have monitoring. We should have proper feedback and ensure return on investment. We cannot afford to put our finances into a hole, and SMMEs were never left out. Let me give you a snapshot of 1 month, January 2025. If you look at the WhatsApp engagement, 92% of those 379 messages were through WhatsApp. 29% of them were through Gmail. Now, if you look at the engagements, you'll find that every time we meet, that was on the 16th and 17th of January, we have a very high engagement on the WhatsApp. So when the local authorities met with us last week, they were engaging with us as we were in the Pitso or the stakeholder meeting. The outgoing messages were over 1,000, and you may ask why outgoing messages are more than the incoming messages. It's simple. When you WhatsApp, we give you information about the ministry, the departments in soft copy. Then we give you information on the budget cycle in soft copy, and we comment and have engagement with you. So you can see still 1,187 outgoing messages, 91.7% was on the WhatsApp, and 8.3% on the Gmail. It makes a difference. Somebody who does not have proper internet, but has a phone can SMS or WhatsApp, and we engage. So it's very inclusive, and this is where we want to go. Please, just WhatsApp. We need to know what you're all about. We've told you who we are, what we do, and of course we want those comments to come through, and we will talk. Remember, we don't tiptoe around issues, we engage, and we're happy to have you, and thank you for honoring our engagement. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, for Masogopolo. Thank you so very much for your insightful and concise presentation. Indeed, your frugality with time is truly commendable, an excellent example of how we can all deliver really value while staying accountable to the resources that we have, in this case, time. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to open the floor for your input. This is a critical moment to share your views, ask questions, propose solutions regarding Botswana's fiscal and economic future. We welcome contributions from both our in-person and virtual audiences. And please use Slido. I think they will be putting it up in just a moment so that you're able to see exactly how you can participate through the platform. There's also a WhatsApp number that Masogopolo mentioned earlier, and that is 74960-078. Yet another way to participate. But I'd like to just bring to your attention the Slido facility. You know, it's an interactive platform that is really designed to enhance engagement and audience participation. So you're able to just open your browser, or if you have the application, enter the event code that will be displayed momentarily, and then submit your questions, vote on polls, or engage in any activity that we will be facilitating today. So please do that. If you are not quite sure how to do it, perhaps your neighbor can assist you. I was hoping that Honorable Lesego Chombo would be here to offer her services as a youthful minister, but in her absence, your neighbors can equally assist. So there are some roving mics. With a show of hands, we will be moving about the room to gather your thoughts, questions, comments that could be directed to the acting president, Minister of Finance, or to whomever that you deem may be the one to address your question. So this is our Q&A session. Please do not shy away from this opportunity. It is an invaluable moment to be able to offer any solutions, ask any questions. Right, so can we just have some roving mics move about just by show of hand? And if you may humbly just introduce yourself before you pose your question. And if I may ask that you stay brief and to the point. Emma. If you may please just stand so that we are able to see you. Nyama. How is Ugrali? Okay. Okay, I guess
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. My name is Botsala Nomusmakoko. I'm the CEO for Botswana Qualifications Authority. A quick question goes, it's around the issue of leakages to the economists in the room. I just want to know, there are two concepts that are normally used around HR issues: paid leave and unpaid leave. And I've made an observation that when it's unpaid leave, that is even sanctioned from the biggest office. We still continue paying. So I would like to know, what does this mean? Because if all of us put our hands together and really not pay, as it says, unpaid leave, then we become the unpopular person. So this, I think if it continues, we are not really helping the government to save on those leakages. That's my own observation, especially the past previous years when I observed that we have too many holidays. And what does that also mean to our economy? How are we going to grow it when we keep reducing days of work, but at the same time making money out of them as employees? Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that contribution. Let's continue. We have a hand.
Dumela Mbetso, ke bidua Letsweletse Moshabi, ke tswa ko Botswana Musicians Union. Ke tlhokometse ke le Vice President Finance and Investment. I have two questions here, or let me say contributions. The first one talks about the public-private partnership bills. And I think I will try and plead with the Honorable Minister that that bill etabogisiwe, because what we have actually realized is a lot of us here, we wanted to actually come up with some solutions, especially in the development of the infrastructure there and there. But the only hindrance that we always have is a lot of, there is a gap between actually, between the private sector and the minister in question. For you to actually come and present whatever that you have with your partners, you have to go through some other people at the end of the day that it ends up encouraging corruption. For you to meet with the minister or the private secretary or the permanent secretary, up until you actually reach those people. Those things are actually delaying the partnerships that we are intending to have with the government. The other contribution that I wanted to put forward is about the creative industry. That Honorable Minister, we have the National Arts Council of Botswana. I understand that they are given around 4 million to actually distribute to the creative industry, which limits the growth of creative industry in the land. As you have already mentioned that you see the future in the creative industry, I feel that whenever we allocate the budget to the creative industry, it should be a budget that can develop the creative industry, not to impoverish them as it is now happening this side. Because, for example, they will actually put up a call for applications for the grants to say they are funding each and every project with 300,000. But at the end of the day, when you put forward your proposals, you will only be funded by 10,000, and then you become so demoralized and not continue with the project that you wanted to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Remoshabi. Please do be cognizant of time. Keep your questions concise and to the point. Let's continue. Any other hands? Please likewise introduce yourself and pose your question.
Good day, everyone. My name is Pakolashani. I do business development at Night Pitso.
If you can just please raise your voice a little bit.
Thank you. So yeah, basically my name is Pakolashani. I do business development at Night Pitso. So I civil engineering consulting company, and I'm very glad the issue of PPPs was mentioned because one of the other issues that we're facing as companies in infrastructure development is that we're finding a very big challenge with being involved in these projects, since there's a lot of talk of citizen empowerment. I was thinking maybe if there was a form of regulation that was put in place whereby also companies who involved or hired a lot of Botswana could be given priority or an equal chance in these projects and be able to offer as much value as the next Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Perhaps to allow the acting president, honorable minister, to field those questions. Thank you so very much. If I may just add that there's a question here about efforts being taken to collect outstanding dues from students who have completed tertiary education. BURS needs to come to the table to make this work.
Thank you, Mr. MC. All the people that have spoken claim that they are asking questions. But if you listen to them carefully, they are actually suggesting solutions, which is exactly why we are here. Madame Botsalano Masimakoko, she is claiming to be asking the question, why is it that despite the fact that we have a distinction between paid leave and unpaid leave, that we continue as a government system to pay unpaid, what is supposed to be unpaid leave? I understand her to mean this must stop. I understand her to mean we have to be serious about putting up systems and the will to ensure that we are efficient and effective in meaning what we say on paper. So we embrace your recommendation, we embrace your suggestion as our own. So thank you for that, Madam Masimakoko. Relativism Moshabi. Clearly, these are suggestions. And he says that there is a problem with our triple P ecosystem. The legislation or the framework is not clear. There are problems as to exactly who you should see and in what manner you should see the officials and how you should organize yourself. He says that he has friends with deep. Did you hear him? He says he has friends with deep pockets. But this whole ecosystem seems to encourage corruption. And it encourages people looking for commissions and doing things under the table. Everything that he has said, I embrace as gospel. And let me step back a little bit and rephrase it, what he has said. What he is saying is that this country, this government system, does not have the requisite capacity, does not have the right processes, does not have clarity around how we deal with triple Ps. This is true. And we have realized immediately that we need to build capacity at all levels, not just at the Ministry of Finance, but as well in the Office of the President and in the ministries. We need to have clarity around how we manage as a country and what we mean by triple peace. We need to bring to bear the nuances of triple peace and not imagine that the old-fashioned perception of triple peace is restricted to infrastructure projects, and that in the modern age, triple peace can mean anything. It can mean arrangements and relationships, not just in infrastructure, but in the creative sector and in other sectors. And that there are new and modern ways of structuring the way we share work and the way we team up as government institutions and as private. So everything that he has said is true. And I want to assure you that we are working very hard at all those levels, whether it is at the legislative level, whether it is at the infrastructure, whether it's at the legislative level, whether it is at the capacity level, human resource level, whether it is at the process level. We are working very hard to deal with those. As I said in my initial remarks, we cannot do it alone, and we do not intend to do it alone. For this country to succeed, we need the partnerships. We need the collaborations. We need to find ways of doing things collectively, and we cannot do that if we do not have a robust ecosystem of how we do public partnership, private-public partnerships. And we actually have been in consultation with different institutions and governments, including Malaysia, because they have been very good. They have a very good model, which is engineered through their National Planning Commission. If you don't believe it, I myself have been in touch with Malaysia, with the chairperson of the Malaysia National Planning Commission. And I can assure you that we are working very hard at this. Now, you talk in particular about the National Arts Council, that the 4 million Pula grant is inadequate, and that an entire nation cannot pin its hopes on a meager 4 million grant and expect that the creative sector will do magic for us. Let me step back a little bit. We do not have the requisite ecosystem for our creative sector. We need to get it right at all levels. We have great facilities in the form of Botswana television. If we are serious, Botswana television is a conduit through which we can export our culture if we structured it properly and if we structured how we do things there. We have talked about digitalization. We cannot export and develop our creative sector without investing adequate resources in getting the right digital assets, the right whatever we need to do in cyberspace to have the right environment on our path to digitalization. We need all that. We cannot get the creative sector right if we do not embed creativity in everything that we do. And that is why everywhere we go, we should have, and we are beginning to have performance. It should be embedded. Creativity in this country should be anyone who visits Botswana, everyone who interacts with Botswana and Botswana institutions should not go away not having felt our song and not having been exposed to our creativity. So it is at many levels that we need to be developing the creative sector. There are many other levels, including our funding institutions. If you look at our funding institutions, whether it's the BDC or CEDA, you almost fill the same forms, application forms. You are always, you almost as if you're expected to present the same business cases. You know, creative people, they do things differently. The way our funding is structured, almost everything is expected to be funded through loan capital. And everyone knows that the creative sector is a very different type of sector. It cannot be properly funded through a loan structure. Creativity takes time. It means that even their funding has to take into account the time gestation between preparing their life preparation and their moment of breakthroughs. So these are things of getting the ecosystem right. So Mr. Letsoeletsi Moshabi, thank you for your insights, and your insights we embrace. As the Ministry of Finance, we embrace. As a government system, we embrace. As a people of Botswana, and we will be working at it collectively and depending on people like you to be adding your insights. And the idea that to succeed you need no. Going forward, we are looking for a Botswana where you will be judged on merit, on content, on diligence. This Botswana will be the paragon of fairness, and that we are committed to. I didn't quite hear, I heard something like Pabla Shani. I didn't quite hear your name, but the pronunciation estimates Pabla Shani. And you say that you are just as well concerned about the triple P ecosystem. And you are suggesting that perhaps one criteria among many that should be considered and that should be taken seriously is that companies that employ large swaths of Botswana should be given priority. And same concerns, regulation, lack of clarity, and perhaps lack of purpose as well. And the other question or suggestion coming through online interaction is simply collection. And in particular, collection of people who owe school fees that have been paid on their behalf by the government of Botswana. That is a sentiment that many Botswana have been putting forward, and at all our fora. So I think it's fair to say that Botswana have spoken, that they are demanding and instructing the government system to be serious about this and put in place mechanisms to collect. And I just wanted to say that it's actually, it goes much further than that. The collection drive and the determination to collect, has become an existential problem. Meaning that even if we were not competent, even if we were not serious, the circumstances of our country force us to be serious. In other words, we have no choice to be very serious about our collection. We have no choice now. We have been taking it easy. There are online transactions for which we need to be collecting. We haven't been collecting. No problem. But now we are forced. We are now putting pressure on BRS. Look at Mama Kholo smiling. We are putting pressure on her and her team that we want you yesterday to put in the requisite technology to collect online. And these are hundreds of millions. Putting pressure on BRS, collect from shops that seem to refuse, that seem to be fond of circumventing their tax obligations. We are putting pressure on them. Build the right capabilities. Whether it's putting in the streets, putting booths of adequate middle management auditors, we want collection for you to collect from these shops that are circumventing their obligation. Collection and collection and collection. We are putting pressure on them that you can see diamonds are dwindling. Our most important source of revenue and institution for securing our budgets is going to be the BRS. And if we don't get the BRS right, we would have failed. So we are putting pressure on the BRS and the government system at large. There's a lot of other wastages in the government system, and we need to cut the fat. Before we do other things, there's a lot of fat that we can do. There are a lot of synergies, fragmentation. There are technologies that we are failing to deploy. And I mean basic technologies that we need. So it is an existential question. It is a question of survival. We no longer have choice but to do these things and to do them aggressively, to do them well, to do them competently. I think I have answered so far the questions that have actually, there were no questions. I think I have embraced all the submissions and the suggestions that have come forward. Thank you, Mr. MC.
Thank you so very much. Please use this opportunity prudently. As mentioned earlier, this is an invaluable opportunity to tap into the thinking of those that are at the helm of fiscal plans and those that are the custodians of the economy. So I do believe that there are some online participants who would like to share their thoughts or post some questions, post solutions. So allow for me to recognize online. I do believe that we have, and I'll check here if they're still there. Otse Home-Based Care, think we have a participant from the Otse Community Home-Based Care Trust. If you can hear me, the opportunity is yours to pose your question. Okay. We're going to sort that one out. And while we do so, let me attend to some questions here that have been fed through our Slido facility. There's a question here regarding legislation. They say legislation reviews need to be looked at in the retail sector. As an international trading company, reserved businesses are a blocker in growth, and this needs review. I guess it's more of a comment than a question. Here's another comment. Turnaround time in license issuance is a serious concern from councils. And these are all anonymous submissions. Strengthening the tax administration capacity. What are the plans to achieve this? And what role will digitization play? So that is a question. So I don't know if we have our online participants available now. Do we have the Otse Community Home-Based Care Trust? Okay. In the absence of any participant online, I will offer maybe 2 or 3 opportunities on the floor. So by show of hands, please don't raise both hands, just one. Right, our roving mics, please follow suit, introduce yourself, and thereafter, as concise as possible, and share your question or comment.
Good morning. My name is Ananth Ram. I'm the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Strategy from Bothu University. A couple of questions. The first one, Rematakane did a very nice presentation where he laid out how we did in the past, the forecasts for the future. Diamond revenues have obviously dropped, and that's a major driver of the budget. I'd love to understand the rationale for believing that it's going to jump back up to where it was. Why is 2024 such an odd year and we expect it to go back up in 2025? Because that's obviously the main concern. If that doesn't go up, there's lots of issues that we're going to have to deal with. That's the first question. The second is perhaps a suggestion. I'm also a founding member of Angel Network Botswana, which helps fund entrepreneurs. And I know we have a big challenge in encouraging more private sector members to join the organization and to actually come forth and fund entrepreneurs with their private funds. And I'd love to know if there are any plans in government to potentially incentivize them. I know the old national entrepreneurship policy had thoughts of tax incentives and things like that. Any way to get private individuals to come forth with their funds and actually fund amazing businesses that we have in our countries to help them grow. Thank you very much.
Please just share your name again for the record.
My name is Ananth Ram. I'm the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Strategy from Bothu University.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, I will only allow for one question. In the interest of time, please pose one question. Erra.
My name is Joseph Willie.
Joseph
Willie.
Joseph Willie.
Yes, I am from Business Botswana. I have a couple of questions, contributions, not questions. My first few questions for income generating activities that the government should undertake. I want the minister to consider the review of the current cost recovery measures that are in place with a view to increase them. Secondly, I'm requesting the minister to also look at the local authorities and state owned enterprises with a view to rationalize them. What I'm saying is that we have a lot of local authorities which were created, some which think they are just adding more expenditure to government, and their contribution is minimal. The other income generation measure that the government should do is maybe to sell some of the non-performing entities in government. You'll find that in some cases we have hotels here that were built, or even warehouses that are standing, and we will encourage the government to consider those facilities to be sold. I'm also suggesting that the government should decrease the income tax for the businesses from 25% to 20%. Furthermore, I'm saying to the minister, can you consider to do away with the CTO? Just dissolve the CTO, because when you dissolve the CTO, but you can only buy vehicles for the uniform departments or agencies. When you do away with the CTO, you will boost the transport sector in Botswana. Third, the other question that I wanted to address is, I request the minister to look into trying to address the adverse banking environment in Botswana.
So let me just interject there to say thank you very much. I am looking for very brief, concise positions here in the interest of time. We will have another opportunity beyond this to pose questions, but in the interest of ensuring that we're able to address them also efficiently, I think it's to ensure that we make them concise. I'm led to believe, and we'll take that one more online, just as a way of also being more inclusive to our virtual audience. I do believe now we have the Otse Community Home-Based Care Trust. Kindly pose your question.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning. We can hear you. You may introduce yourself and follow suit by asking a question.
Thank you very much. My name's Dickinson Samaimo from Otse Community Home-Based Care Trust. My first question is, are we aware that the upper middle income status of Botswana is disadvantaging the country, especially the civil society organizations who could be bringing in more resources from international development partners? The second one is, are organizations of persons with disabilities going to continue receiving funding from the government, since the government will be prioritizing ways to minimize expenses? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can I propose, Acting President, that you, and I believe that your podium is ready for you.
I actually prefer that podium. There's a lot more action that side than this side. Mr. Joseph Willie stood up and pretended that he has a suggestion or two, but ended up giving us an entire speech, which speech we very much welcome. I actually think that what he has just said reflects what patriot that he is, that he has given great thought to what needs to be done to build this country. And in particular, he says that we need to think through seriously a very comprehensive way, a very comprehensive program for cost recovery. He says that we need to think about rationalizing our state-owned enterprises in a serious way. This is the sentiment of many Botswana. And rationalization of state enterprises is a major part of revitalizing the economy in the new Botswana. There is work already being undertaken that is looking into, there are opportunities in some of the state-owned enterprises to merge them in a way that it gives them scale, which scale we hope will subsequently lead them to becoming global. And this is aligned to our aspiration of creating indigenous global players. But it will be done, and it has to be done in stages. We said that one of the challenges that we face now are institutions in the government system and among state-owned enterprises that are dysfunctional. So the starting point for many of the state enterprises is simply to stabilize them, getting the basics right, making sure they have the right boards. In fact, making sure they have boards in the first place. Many of them don't have boards. Many of them, rather most of them, do not have complete boards. So one of the starting points in the process of rationalizing is simply to stabilize them. And there's ongoing work. Some of them, merge them, scale them up. Some of them, find the right partners and the right partnerships, modernize them, take them to the next level. Some of them are operating within old-fashioned and outdated legislative frameworks, such as in the power sector. We know you cannot have a Botswana Power Corporation that is a behemoth, that is generating electricity at the same time, distributing electricity at the same time, offering services around energy. But it's also a creature of the archaic legislation. And we know that in the modern world, we need to modernize the legislation. And there is work, ongoing work, to modernize legislation so that these state-owned enterprises also modernize or are forced into modernization, are forced into restructuring, so that these new ecosystems also force the incoming of new players, new partners with deep pockets, with the right technologies, and partners who want to be associated with a well-managed country. So your submission, Mr. Joseph Willie, of rationalization is very welcome, and in fact, it is what we are forced to do. I think the question really is having the right Botswana, the right citizens, the right professionals, the right stakeholders actually participating in this process. And then you go on to be specific that there are old assets owned by government, including warehouses and facilities that you believe are underutilized and would be more effectively utilized if they were sold off. That is your suggestion, which has been submitted, and indeed the suggestion of many other Botswana. You talk about decreasing the corporate tax in particular from 25% to 20%. Now, let's take this submission as an idea around the big picture, around where the country should be going. But you know, when you are on a long journey, there are things that you need to do in the short term in order to ensure that the long term, some of those ideas can be put into practice. And I doubt, this one I have to be honest with you, I doubt that in the current economic and fiscal circumstances, I know they make fun of me when I talk about bad economics and good economics. I doubt whether it would be good economics to decrease the corporate tax rate in the current circumstances, in the immediate circumstances. On the contrary, there is actually pressure to increase corporate taxes in particular. And as believers in this great new Botswana, as believers in the idea that the new Botswana has to be built by all of us, there are things that we need to think about. Sometimes, even this pressure to increase taxes needs to be weighed against what legitimacy would it be to raise taxes when you still haven't demonstrated that you are able to do basics like collection, right? You need to show first that you are serious about collection. You need to show first that you are building effectiveness and modernizing BRS to collect where you haven't been collecting. So there are certain things that we need to show the nation first, that we have exhausted every opportunity. We have exhausted everything else that we can do to collect more money before we start invading into areas such as succumbing to the pressure to increase taxes. I'm not saying we will not increase taxes. I'm not saying we will increase taxes. I am saying that we will be building the country together, and we will do what needs to be done. And it will be done responsibly. And it will be done like people who understand the season in which they are living. And the Bible talks of the people of Issachar. And these people are said to be people who particularly understood the season and the seasons that they were traveling in. And I hope we will be those people. You talk about doing away with the CTO. And aligned with your idea, there are actually submissions that have come and that are on the table, which are proposals that this country can actually build an ecosystem across the country of well-managed warehouses, maintenance warehouses, manned by young engineers and young mechanics who can do a better job than CTO as part of creating employment opportunities for our people, particularly the unemployed young people who actually also have the skills and the talent. I think it was Mr. Anand. I don't know if I got your name right, but you're responsible for strategy at Botu. And he says that he's part of a constellation of visionaries that put together and will continue to put together private funds from deep-pocketed people, which private funds will hopefully invest in great ideas that our people have. I always like stepping back. And one of the things that is lacking in the Botswana financial ecosystem is actually risk analysis capacity. We have many financial institutions in Botswana, but they are tailored towards serving already established institutions, companies that don't need any form of risk analysis because they are almost risk-free. All they need are overdrafts, funds to expand, but what we haven't had for a long time as a country is risk analysis capacity. You know, if a country has risk analysis capacity and is able as a culture to translate dreams and ideas and mechanize them into reality, into institutions, into new businesses, that country will go far. And this realization that we lack this capacity, we lack this culture, means necessarily the angels, not the heavenly angels, not the A-N-G-E-L, the angels as in the E-N-G-E-L. Angels means deep-pocketed, wealthy people. Those are the angels that he's talking about. So for us to build this new capacity, to create this culture, again, we are forced by circumstances to be welcoming to them, to be nourishing to them, to be encouraging to them, so that they can partner and have a meeting of their minds with our young people who have great ideas, but there is no capacity and no culture in our Botswana system to translate that into practical institutions. You know, many young people have been coming through my office, and one of them is an engineer, is an entrepreneur, is an inventor, has actually created some serious technology. You know, remote, air mobility, small-scale airplanes that can do all sorts of things, that can flow to, you can see. It is that those things fly, everything is in place. The ingenuity is unmistakable. The genius, unmistakable. But here we are, not the requisite culture to translate that into the great institutions that actually end up being global players. So to answer your question in a long-winded way, I am saying to you that as a government in the new Botswana, we will be particularly keen to encourage angels, as in the deep-pocketed, to partner with our great young entrepreneurs. The submissions from online, we need to drastically improve the turnaround times around licenses. Every businessman has submitted that. And as I have said, it is not just a question of quick turnaround times. Many of these businesses, many of these supermarkets, you find that they require 6, 7, 8 different types of licenses. And they run around applying for these licenses from different branches of the same government. So as a government, we need to do more than just expedite the turnaround time. We need to also be able to integrate it into one. The businesses and the people of this country need to know that they are dealing with one government, one institution, not 1,000 brothers and sisters who are punching each other in the face. So that is a submission from online, but this is a submission and the sentiment of so many Botswana across this country. Submission again online, we need to strengthen the capacity, our tax collection capacity. We need to strengthen BRS. Every Botswana is talking about BRS. SMSs coming into my phone. Do something about BRS. Letters coming into Ministry of Finance. Do something about BRS. So there is a consensus in Botswana. Mama Kholo, are you listening? It's not me. Botswana are saying, let's do something. So Mama Kholo, let's do something. You hear me? Let's do something at BRS. It is a command from the people of Botswana, not me. The submission again online, legislation that need to be reviewed, that need to be looked at. And I say to you that, you know, there are always a million ideas in the air. So it is our responsibility as citizens of Botswana to understand that it's also our responsibility to take the time and invest the effort to write our ideas on paper, on stone, like in Habakkuk, and submit it to government. Which government is yours? Which government you are responsible for? Which government you must guide? So there are thousands and a million ideas around the different types of legislation that we need to be doing, but we also in the circumstances need to be very wise about what we bite and what we chew and how we put it, what must come before what. There's an interesting model out of Mauritius. In fact, a very impressive model around legislation. And you know that in many jurisdictions, government would make pronouncements, we want to do this and that, and during the year, you hear, we're amending this law, we're amending it. In Mauritius, in their model, when the government makes pronouncements in their budget speech, automatically the implications around what has been pronounced, what is government intent, automatically everything would have been put in one fell swoop. And that is very efficient and that is very effective. And I hope that the day is not too far when this country is able to work like that. And there is, again, still from our Botu guru, there are questions, and I think these questions are directed at our guru, Mr. Matika, to answer to what it is that gives you the idea that diamonds having been depressed and having been on the downward spiral would suddenly be on the up. So maybe try and help, but at a high level, not at a technical level. I think it is a fact that the structure of the diamond market has fundamentally changed or is undergoing some fundamental changes as a result of lab-grown diamonds. And it is not just as a result of lab-grown diamonds, but it's also as a result of everything else that is being built around lab-grown diamonds, including what the Indian government is doing at large scale to support financially lab-grown diamonds. So it's a whole shift that is taking place. I'm talking very much besides what has taken root in terms of the recessions and the COVIDs. There are also fundamental changes. And I think what Matekane was talking about was that there is an expectation of a rebound around the other factors of countries growing faster, countries. But the idea of a fundamental shift, nobody can deny. But as a country, they are also moving forward. There are also new realities that the diamond market of the past, the way that we have modeled our model also needs to change to take into account the fundamental shifts. There are markets in the diamond market that we have ignored in the past, and particularly affluent black market in the United States. And our wholesale chain of how we have done it through the De Beers systems also needs to change in order to adapt to these new realities. And some of these shifts will also, rather, the survival of diamonds and the success of diamonds going forward is also a function of how we behave, is a function of what we do and how we market ourselves and how we metamorphosize and change our branding strategy. In other words, it's also up to us and what it is that we do. But by all means, despite all these fundamental shifts, we do expect, and I don't think it's only us, I think it is expected that diamonds will rebound somewhat, but certainly not to the extent of the past. Then in Otse, there is concern in Otse around a government which is facing all these challenges, whether this necessarily means that this government would therefore cut back or continue to underserve people living with disabilities in particular. Again, I step back. I think as a country, we have not done well around how we have thought, around how we tackle and how we manage and how we plan the lives of people living with disability. There is no reason why we shouldn't have thought and we shouldn't be thinking about putting in place a comprehensive education system. There is no education system for people living in a deliberate education system or a scholarship system. There is no comprehensive system through which we bring up people living with disability. So despite all these challenges and despite all these cuts, again, we have no choice but to ensure that we take up our place. We become more responsible in understanding that we have a responsibility towards people living with disabilities. You actually have a good proportion of young people who have autism, learning difficulties and learning, but we don't have a system of actually how we attend to that. And I don't mean anything transformative. I mean basic. We don't. So it would be a dereliction of duty for us as a nation not to give more attention. And thank you to all for bringing us to the attention of what should be a responsibility of all Botswana. I wish I could say I have answered your questions. I wish I could say that, Mr. MC, but the truth is that nobody asked the question. The truth is Botswana have responded to their yearning to contribute and to have a say around where they think and the direction they think their country should take, which is towards becoming the best managed country on the African continent, the paragon of unity, fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. Thank you, Mr. MC.
Ke motshwarela tautona jalo re slamba re NDABA GAOLATHE jaaka ane a raba dipotso jalo
I see a few bowed heads, and I must think that they are in short prayer for the recovery of this country's economy. So as a way of maybe replenishing your energies, allow for me to offer a mid-morning musical interlude in the form of Tato Tlaedi, who will be returning to stage. Thereafter, I hope to get into a robust and animated contribution towards solutions now, whereas the acting president will be seated and attentive to those contributions. Tato Tlaedi, welcome back to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Ke nna gape.
Toy tshwanela iwa bone mama wa mo ditorong bantelegile gore ba mpataele nna ga itse bone ba telegile bona ba
molaetsa wa ga motshwarela tautona ebile e le tona wa lephata la madi jalo Renda ba GAOLATHE tota a ne a supa jalo gore puso e ikaegile thata ka makalana a harologanyeng bogolo jang a ikemetseng ka nosi le yalo a direlang setšhaba kana a di NGOs le makalana a dirang ka tsa madi a tshwana le tsa dibanka jalo a supa jalo gore puso e tlabe e ikaegile mo bogakoloding ba bone e tlabe e ikaegile jalo mo go beeletseng mo lefatsheng leno go thusa jalo go tsholetsa itsholelo e leng gore e santse tota e utlwile botlhoko a supa jalo gore ke ka maswabi tota gore go baakanyetsa kabo ya madi a setšhaba ya ngwaga ya 2025-2026 go le dingalo tota ka lebaka la gore sepatšhe ke sone se senang madi mme a supa jalo gore ke tiro ke namane e tona ya tiro tota ya go baakanyetsa gone kabo ya madi a setšhaba jalo ka gore lefatshe leno hela jaaka mafatshe a mangwe ba baletswe jalo ke kwelo tlase ya itsholelo mme mo molaetseng wa gagwe motshwarelela tautona tota Rra GAOLATHE o supile jalo gore puso e ikaelela go tla ka mananeo a e leng gore a tla dira gore itsholelo ya lefatshe la Botswana e itshetlele ga se nnela ruri a supa jalo gore e le ke maikaelelo a puso jalo go aga Botswana o eletsegang go aga Botswana o e leng gore o tla itumelwa ke Motswana mongwe le mongwe o tshelang mo lefatsheng le go aga lefatshe le e leng gore la kgatlhisa tota go aga Botswana o e leng gore o tsamaisiwa sentle a supa jalo gore the government is determined to build a well-managed country. Mibile a supa ke monokeng ya Batswana a re ke ka mo ba ne ba ikaelela tota gore ba tla ne ba re nako le nako be ba re risanya le Batswana ka madi ka tiriso ya madi a setšhaba mme gape mo molaetseng wa gagwe o na bua jalo ka maitlamo a puso kana national priorities di tshwana le go aga itsholelo e leng gore ya karetsa botlhe go tshwana jalo le go tlhabolla matshelo kana improving the quality of life le go tlhabolla maranyane jalo a lefatshe leno a leng gore a ka tla ungwela jalo Batswana hela ka kakaretso. Me gape e ntse e le ene motshwarela tautona o na supa jalo gore ba beile mo bokaeding tota kana mo bogakoloding ba makalana a ikemetseng ka nosi gore a gakolle puso gore
segueing right into this next opportunity.
Mo staging kana mo legato le leng gore ba setse go baakanyediwa tota ga kabo madi a setšhaba go le mo legato le leng gore le go godimo mme ba lebile jalo gore ba tla bo ba gakolwa ke makalana ona ikemetseng ka nosi go gakolle go Motswana wetse gore kabo ya madi a setšhaba jalo e solofetswe a ngwaga wa 2025-2026 e solofetswe jalo mo kgweding e latelang ke ka mo lephata le la madi le ntse le bitsa jalo maphata a harologaneng biditse jalo banana biditse jalo di-council mme mo nakong ya gompieno ntle ke boele gone mo ntlong ya ditiragalo kana mo holong e leng gore phuthego e tota ya budget pitso kana ya go bua ka madi a setšhaba e tsweletse.
Sector people like Prince Monna, I see and recognize you, sir. We heard earlier briefly there, highlights from BRS Commissioner Mejanet Makolo. We have permanent secretaries here present. I spotted Menensineo Chengeta, as well as Me Bonolo Kumotaka. Congratulations on your deployment. I think I saw the CEO of Sefalana Group, Mr. Shohan, who's here as well, and many other people who collectively could actually contribute to a white paper that could help in leading us towards economic recovery. So with that said, as a preface and prelude to this next session, I would like to invite you to now give short but insightful presentations on the way forward. Perhaps we can zero in on economic growth and diversification, fiscal sustainability and revenue mobilization, topics like social and economic inclusion, infrastructure development, whatever it is that is your area of interest. We'd like to hear your thoughts on how you can be a partner in ensuring that we rise, in the words of the acting president. So show of hands. And I did mention the CEO of Sefalana Group. I would very much like to recognize you, sir, as one of the top performing retailers in the country. I'd very much like to hear your contributions to this discourse.
Hello. Hello.
Can we have another mic for him, please?
Hello. Okay, that looks better. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me an option to be able to speak and address this audience today. My name is Chandra Chauhan, as you just mentioned, and I'm the Group CEO of Sefalana Holding Company. I must say that I've attended many stakeholder meetings of such and left on most occasions very disappointed and despondent because I never heard anything new. But I must say today that there is a new vigor in the country amongst the Vice President and what he has to say and how they wish to tackle some of the problems that Botswana is going through at the moment. And I'm very excited about the future and to see how best we can work with government to ensure that we all achieve our targeted goals. One of the recommendations I would like to make to the Honorable Minister is that as such a large group that Sefalana is, Sefalana owned 96.5% by the citizens of this country, of which the Botswana Public Pension Fund, BPOPF, is the largest shareholder at 49%. So it is really a homegrown Botswana institution owned by Botswana, run by Botswana. Yet, when it comes to economic decisions and trading decisions and everything that applies to the consumer, we are never ever consulted on any matters. New rules and laws are introduced overnight. There's been no consultation or discussions with us, and it brings in a lot of complications to move forward. What I would like to be able to recommend is that perhaps the minister or the ministry creates a high-level consultative committee that can we called at very short notice to discuss projects of national importance, projects that certain industry want to embark on, and who can then get the assistance to get those into place. I can tell you for a fact that over the last 4 or 5 years, Sefalana has wanted to invest close to 500-600 million pula on various projects that were never allowed to proceed. So it's one thing traveling around the world and embarking on trying to get FDI when there are already substantial projects that local industry, local businesses can embark on and expand and create the environment, the entrepreneurship, and the employment that we need to create. Sefalana, I can assure you, has got deep pockets. But those deep pockets belong to the shareholders of Sefalana and not to any personal individual or so forth. And like I mentioned, 96.5% of those shares are held by Botswana and Botswana institutions. So we are very, very in the limelight. Where are we investing? Are we giving a good return? And therefore what we do has to be correct, transparent, open. And some of the things that we experienced in the past is when we had a project that we wanted to do, we were saying, Sefalana again, they want to embark on something. But Sefalana is local. Sefalana is owned by 500,000-600,000 pensioners in this country. So there is no better empowerment than investment in a business like Sefalana, who can grow the businesses, create the employment, and so forth. So my one recommendation, I want to keep it brief, is to say that can we please engage with government, the ministries, the various departments. Give us an opportunity to come and talk to you. We have a lot of plans. We want to grow the country. We want to create employment, and we want to grow even bigger. And at the same time, empower every citizen in this country to be a shareholder and enjoy the benefits of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chauhan. Big pockets, and I'm sure government is looking at you and saying we have big hands to receive whatever you have to offer. I'd like to also recognize those that have sent messages through other platforms. I have a message that I will read out, and this one was sent through the WhatsApp facility by someone that I recognized earlier. It's the PS to the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement, Me Bonolo Kumotaka. It reads, there is need to put controls in our micro procurement and ensure that pricing is reasonable and appropriate. There is a lot of wastage and leakages here. For example, in the education sector, a 10-kilogram bag of rice can be purchased at 1,000 pula, while the most expensive brand of 10 kg rice in the market does not even go up to 400 pula. The suppliers claim that they escalate prices when selling to government because government takes time to pay them. So our systems as government must be improved to curb this wastage. For the education issue, we can develop a price guide with the help of the Ministry of Trade or organizations like LEA that can be used in our schools. For sure, this cannot be a blanket approach because we cannot expect to see Gaborone prices in Kasane, for example. Then monitoring should be introduced to ensure that the price guide is adhered to. We can expect to save a lot of money if we embrace this. And I do not think this quote-unquote painful pricing is in the education sector alone. I so submit. Thank you so very much for that submission. I will be also recognizing those that are online. Do we have anyone who is in the waiting room? Perhaps in the lobby of the online facility? And while we take care of that, any other hands? Remember, we're trying to look for solutions as much as possible. And the floor and opportunity is yours. Ramona.
No?
And I think we heard something. Okay, perhaps while you sort that one out, a cursory look at our Slido facility. Right. A message here from Dr. Selema. Can we focus on ensuring localization of all Master of Medicine specialists? We use 30 to 50 million yearly training doctors abroad who never come back to public service. Thank you very much. Another message here. The rise in development expenditure not translating to revenue increase only in mineral in later years. So we are not investing well. I guess the message is just saying we need to diversify our investments to yield a diverse crop of outcomes. A message here from an anonymous contributor. I guess it is Dr. Selema again. Sekitumile Masire Teaching Hospital takes hundreds of millions yearly in subventions, yet no teaching for 10 years. Can we operationalize the hospital fully? The outsourcing bill was 1.3 billion pula in the year 2023. Thank you for that contribution. Hands from the floor. Re Monna.
Still on? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Prince Monna. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Creative Arts Media Sector of Business Botswana. And I work as a television entrepreneur. Now, my submissions are going to be around the creative sector environment. And I would like to thank the Vice President, the acting President, for his submission and the indication that there is quite some political will towards the development of our sector, which has been in the gutters for too long. I would like us to, as we proceed, Honorable Minister, to take cognizance of the fact that our environment as it stands lacks legislation. And with that, there's a lot of pilferages, economic pilferages that are being realized. And Masetang is around here. There is a study that they are conducting at BTO that seeks to ascertain additional pilferages that are realized by the economy in as far as tourism is concerned. But there is a wide gap that exists within the tourism fraternity, which can be answered by the creative sector in terms of advertising and telling our narratives beyond the borders of Botswana. And that agency is negligible and is neglected. Therefore, the recommendation or the request that I would like to submit is that there be harmonization of state enterprises as well as harmonization of perhaps strategies within ministries of government, such that pronouncements that have been made here to the extent of reigniting the economy would be realized across board. Because the same way we grapple with the licensing regime is the very same way you will grapple with operational execution of these issues that have been ventilated here. And I think going beyond this, because we can only touch the iceberg of the issues that are in this environment, we need to go back. In the past administrations, there was an HLCC, High Level Consultative Forum, where issues were ventilated. And for the past 5 years or 6 years, that environment was silent. And that silence created a huge chasm in terms of how issues are ventilated and how policies are realized. So the other issue that I want to talk to, it's the issue of BTV. As a producer, a film producer and a creative entrepreneur, every time I hear the word BTV has got the best infrastructure, I cringe. Because I don't know where that infrastructure is, and I don't know what the purpose of that infrastructure is if it cannot even do the list of the procurement activities as to commissioning content to be produced and realizing business. With regards to infrastructure, Harelabella, BTV, for example, has not procured content for over 5 years. Then, all of a sudden, and I'm tying this to the submission yahamme, what's the name? Mekelekeneilwe, oning abuaka Ministry of Finance is about accountability. After 5 years of non-procurement of any content by BTV, there's suddenly a lot of direct procurement of content. There's no, there's no commissioning cycles that speaks to accountability of government resources. But suddenly, there's this floodgates of, direct appointment, this, direct appointment, that. Then, this will be my last point.
Yeah, very concisely, please.
Yes, this will be my last point. It's public knowledge that the creative industry, especially the film and television industry, is not happy with the Steve Harvey project in Botswana, which has taken 1.1 billion of the taxpayers' money. And after a very huge lull, 1.1 billion out of a presidential directive found its way to an American. I have got nothing against an American, but if we are going to be talking about developing our own in this country, and after 5 years of us saying there's no money, we suddenly have 1.1 billion to go and do something elsewhere. That is a problem, and I think we need to be happy to invest at home. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ramon. And I do encourage you, one of the points that you raised is regarding the tourism industry. You are an arm's reach away from the CEO of Botswana Tourism Organization, so please, on the sidelines of this forum, if you can have that chat with her. Maslang, I will give you an opportunity to share your thoughts. I'd like to go back to Slido, where, quite interestingly, there is mention of another cohort, another demographic that is said to be forgotten, as per the submissions here. A submission by Anonymous saying, when is the government going to consider funding of matures? Similar to YDF and Young Farmers Funds, to get over 50s out of the office as they are more experienced. And I think the applause is from those that are over 50. I am not sure if it's the same sender, but a similar message, which reads, a need to be radically transformative does not mean more of the same. Voluntary separation packages and farming packages for oldies, old people, and higher young future-ready skills. So I guess in a similar manner, it's to emphasize the idea of a progressive kind of development. Do we have any more takers on the floor? Yes. And I will humbly ask that you keep your presentations brief. There's a hand, the lady there with the red. Yes, please. You had your hand earlier during the past Q&A. So can you kindly make sure that she's next?
Good morning, everybody. I think I'm Tekla Evans from the Business Botswana. I'm the chair of the manufacturing sector. So my points will be towards the manufacturing sector. I think from what we heard earlier, there's a dire need to improve the unemployment and improve the economy of the country. And we know very well that the manufacturing sector is one industry that can help us in this regard. I would like to implore the Vice President to be intentional in improving the manufacturing sector of Botswana to ensure that our people are competitive. Now, for us to do this, we need to capacitate our people. We need to ensure that we employ the right technology. It is through this that we can see our products in Botswana being competitive globally. And again, it is through this that we can be able to ensure that the local firms can actually meet the required or proposed minimum wage. Until then, we will not be able to see this. Another thing is that we know that the women in our country are marginalized, and the manufacturing sector, I also stand, as the president of the Apparel and Textile Association of Botswana. And we know that such sectors, if we intentionally improve on their performance, these are the sectors that will improve the performance of the women. These are the sectors that will ensure that women are financially included and are able to stand on their own feet and not be submitted to the GBV that we face. So I kindly ask that we look into this. Now, the VP earlier mentioned possibilities of the tax rate being increased or not being increased. Currently, we know that the manufacturing sector has been afforded 15%. However, many of the manufacturing companies in our country do not get to enjoy this 15% because although they have a manufacturing license, we get moved from pillar to post between the Minister of Trade and the Minister of Finance, not knowing who exactly entails that or ensures that one indeed is a manufacturer and indeed they deserve the 15%. So, Your Honor, when you do look into the tax rate, kindly ensure that whatever is applied to all and not a handful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emma.
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Matara Lefatsana of SMME Growth Zone. The aim of my TikTok channel is to tell people about what the government is doing so that young entrepreneurs are able to take advantage of all those situations to better their personal lives and also their businesses. My question, Vice President, to the Minister of Finance is about us, the digital content creators. I appreciate all the submissions that you will by me today here, but my concern is how ready are we as the government to use social media to make sure right now we are consulting with the people. We're going to come up with great initiatives, but how do those initiatives arrive to the people? And then what is the government doing to ready themselves? Because on the platforms like TikTok, I as a digital content creator, I find it difficult to get information but and they need to know what to do. And then what are we doing? And then also as a budget saving measure, how are we not looking into whenever TikTok and Facebook more whenever WhatsApp catalogs to make sure we are able to save the government expenditure when it comes to advertising and communicating with the people? And then another thing for us in the creative sector, the TikTok ban in America, we saw people crying and they were showing us how much money they are making. What is the government doing? I know we've asked this question, I think 4 times in platforms like this. What is the government doing specifically to make sure as Botswana creatives we are able to monetize our content? When they come to us and say, we are able to monetize Botswana, what other hindrances we could have. Right now there are reports everywhere saying we can go and see okay fine. Is the government of Botswana looking into those reports to say okay fine, how TikTok is still ready to monetize for us here? How ready are we? And then also with the National Arts Council, we are so way behind. So, but now about the information, what is the government doing to make sure we are doing, giving people timely information, to cut the budget and then to push the economy forward? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Just as a show of hands, how many of us here in this room are active on Twitter? X. I invite the acting president to also just scan the room to see just how deficient our contributions on that platform are. Show of hands, who here is active on TikTok? Again, you are the minority. And then who here is aware of a new technology called Xiaohongshu? Xiaohongshu? Anyone? Okay, and that is Red Note. Who here knows Red Note? So you see, the conversation that's been happening around the world is around the suspension of TikTok. I'm sure that you caught wind of that conversation, where President-elect Donald Trump was to suspend TikTok for, I think, a period of 90 days or something like that. But he has since gone back on that decision. But on the occasion that that announcement was made, a platform called Red Note or Xiaohongshu was then adopted by the Chinese market, the Chinese netizens. And there was a surge in about 3 million users of this very platform. Something to maybe ponder on. And to your point, ma'am, something to consider in terms of diversifying our revenue sources, our presence on social media, content development, and monetizing through those efforts. Thank you so very much for bringing that to the fore. So maybe it does beg the question of how we as Botswana are able to position ourselves as leaders in the fourth industrial revolution and enhance digital connectivity to boost service delivery and effect economic growth. A point of consideration. Maslang. Can we get assistance for her? In the interim time, a message here says, we only need 15 villages for 2.5 million people. We don't need to build infrastructure everywhere. Some of these, many villages are just a national cost.
Hello.
As submitted by Anonymous. Masla.
Era, thank you for inviting Raymond to sit down with me to continue the discussion that we've been having for some time with him. And I want to remind him the discussion we've always had that tourism sells best through authenticity. And every destination sells best through stories told by its own destination or by the people of the destination. Having said that, though, it's also very important that we beat our drum as a destination, but it works even much better when other people beat our drum. And this is where now we would want to have our local storytellers or narrative tellers embracing those that visit Botswana to go tell our story, because testimonials and tourism and travel sell better than you saying, I am. Let them come and say, we saw, you can go and see yourself as well. So we need the two together to ensure that we position Destination Botswana very well, because Destination Botswana as is a superior destination. There's not an easy replacement for Destination Botswana in terms of the biodiversity that we possess as a destination, and also in terms of how we have as a destination or as a country, from government to the traveler, to the community, to scholars, to academia, position the destination well for sustainability or around sustainability. Ramona is right. We are working on a study around leakages to establish how much we are losing in terms of tourism revenue that should otherwise be accruing to our economy. And leakages are both inherent leakages in the nature of the tourism business, because we can't go it alone, but there are structural leakages also. There are also policy influence leakages. So the idea is to look at all these leakages and establish what needs to be done in order that we may retain more revenue as is supposed to be in the Botswana economy. Tourism leakages are a global phenomenon. And the United Nations World Tourism Organization estimates that between 40 and 50% is what usually obtains in developing tourism economies, whereas developed tourism economies usually record about 20% in terms of leakages. So leakages are to be expected if you are not trading alone. Leakages are to be expected if you provide an export commodity. And the study is to establish just how far we are in terms of these leakages and what can be done to reduce them, because we can never eradicate them. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Masatlang. So essentially, Mutisa Tautun, se Masatlang a sibuang, kukla ko hopola mahokwa George Orwell. Ona bua ka pa ka ngware, ga hona le phata le saneng, me gona le maphata a nang go gaisa a mangwe. Go ra gore re tla tshwana ke gore re baakanye kgang eo. For those who are unable to hear Setswana, I must think my neighbors can assist me in sufficiently translating what I've just said. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to move on to, well, I think I do have a little bit of time. I was just checking on how I'm doing on time, and I think I have a little bit of time here. There's a message that came in through the WhatsApp facility, and it reads, Na comrade ke kopa hela le ka dira an accelerated growth program for existing businesses that has growth potential, high impact in tourism, farming, agro-tourism, agro-processing, and manufacturing. These businesses should be deliberately targeted by government to create employment. They should be supported on real-time issues like land, finance, and marketing facilitation, some of which is government. Thank you for your contribution. Yes, please. KB.
Yes, sir. Dumelang. My name is Kabelo Rapinyana from Business Botswana, and I'm a producer locally. One thing I have just noted as just working in the creative space in Botswana is that we sometimes cry about our population numbers and people who can attend our different shows and products. But one thing I struggle with in terms of what the government can do to assist is actually helping us to move into these different markets, at least even in the SADC region. Because what I've noted, and in other industries that I interact with the jobs that we do, is that we have a lot of outside products in terms of people, in terms of just manufacturing products, food, whatever, coming into Botswana. But we are struggling to take our own products out into the regions and sell to other people. And I think for me, it's the disconnect between what the government wants to do and issues at these different product posts and also BRS and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of bureaucracy, number one, and also just the policies that are said that take a long time to roll out. And I think also our countries also signed a lot of agreements, free trade agreements and stuff with other countries on the side, and we don't take advantage of that. And our products are not actually purposefully pushed into these markets as the other countries push their products into Botswana. So I think we should really take advantage of the region that we have, from our films, I think, to our fresh produce, to our manufacturing goods, that we don't do enough to push them out and sell them out, especially in our neighboring countries. And that's just my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rarapinyana. There's a message here through WhatsApp. It reads, let's transform from a consumer economy into a producer economy, promote manufacturing in the country, and beneficiation. Let's see more manufacturing plants come instead of many malls, as is the case. Transition to renewable energy to tap from immense sunshine and also move into e-manufacturing. Increase funding for STEM and research as they are key drivers of economic growth and development. There's another message from our WhatsApp facility. It reads, in terms of government cost-cutting submission, it's a submission for cost cutting. There is significant manufacturing and value addition taking place in Botswana. However, there is a preference for imported goods through tenderpreneurs at the expense of locally manufactured goods. Prioritize locally manufactured goods to reduce the import bill. I think it goes with what Kabelo was saying earlier. I believe I have 10 more minutes. And in these 10 minutes, if you have a burning submission, please raise your hand. A burning submission. Okay, do we have the mic?
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Nkaila Matenge. I'm the CEO of Botswana Housing Corporation. And I'd like to buttress the points that were made by the Sefalana CEO, Mr. Chauhan, with regard to local investment. And my burning issue really here is that we are talking about building 100,000 units in 5 years. When we look at the statistics of Botswana, we are just over 900,000 units, a third of which are considered by UN standards to be slums because they don't have dedicated sewer reticulation and water reticulation and stuff like that. So if you take it back to 600,000, if you look at an organization such as BHC, which has over the 58 years of the existence of this country as a modern country, it's only contributed 30,000 units. So do the maths. Big as a lot of people look at BHC and say, you know, why are they playing in the development space where the private sector could be playing? Really, the contribution is only 5%. Now, when I go back to the contribution by Mr. Chauhan, saying Sefalana, and I take it's not just Sefalana, there are local investors that have deep pockets. And in terms of going forward, when I look at the 17 billion that is projected for development projects here, I see that it's very little. And we all know that the construction industry, in terms of picking up the economy, is very important. It employs all the way from our uncles, Baba Pushandi Wilbaro, to the highest of the professionals. So my message to the minister and to the Ministry of Finance is to say, shall we do the number crunching and see if we are saying we're building 100,000, that translates 20,000 a year. I know initially it won't be 20,000 in the first year, but at the end of the 5 years, we expect that 100,000, and the construction industry is here to ensure that that is done. And while we're looking for deep-pocketed external investors, let us immediately be looking at our local investors to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matenge, Chief Executive Officer of BHC. There was a hand at the back, and right next to you, there are two ladies who will also share their thoughts.
Thank you very much. My name is Hwaba Musienyane, still defining my title in the private sector.
let me first start by congratulating Ministry of Finance for the creative manner in which they're sharing the budget. My proposal is that this process, this very transparent process, be deployed across the public sector. We cannot talk about national productivity or economic growth without discussing the productivity of the very dominant player, the public sector or government. And having it's been really revealed that about 81% of the budget is recurrent, and the bulk of this is due to personal emoluments. So in discussing productivity, I suggest we discuss productivity of the assets that the development budget produces, as well as services, and productivity of people. I believe that being transparent as you have been, if this transparency occurs in public sector institutions, and I'm not talking about the macro level, but individual ministries and public sector entities, to the extent that they can discuss budget in the manner that we have, having received the consolidated recurrent budget and development budget, if this is brought down to ministry level and enable engagement with public sector workers, with individuals within ministries, they will certainly come up with solutions to productivity as well as efficiencies that can be gleaned from the recurrent budget. It's of great concern, not so much that the ratio is 80% to 20, but it's what are we getting out of the 80%? So if for every pula that is invested in individuals in salary, we get one pula's worth of product or service, I think we'd go a long way. So I do propose that we have sessions like that, not just for management within ministries, but entire staff, middle management, lower staff. If you'll recall, the reason why we have soft tubes for toothpaste as opposed to the metal tin that they used to be, was a result of engagement of workers. So the creativity that we're probably looking for in government doesn't reside with management only, but I think in the main it will come from middle managers and the people who are renewing at the lower ranks. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission. There is another hand that I saw right next to you. Oh, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm the CEO of the Corporate Society of Botswana. Your Excellency, good afternoon, the Acting Vice President. Let me give you more to sponge on as this has been happening, more suggestions coming your way, Your Excellency. And let me steal a few statements from your presentations. You said our identity, our distinct identity. Let me implore you, let's fiercely protect and cherish our heritage. You have heard the cries of my fellow stakeholder representatives from Mr. Monna, BOM representatives. And I implore your government and your ministry. I've gone through the whole strategy, sir, and Your Excellency, it lacks a lot of creative insight inside. I beseech your ministry that the government should integrate creative industries into the diversification strategy, which specific targets and export performance. Your Excellency, the creative industry for the past 10 years have lost hundreds of millions. And this money sits under your Ministry of Finance. It's called the Levian Technical Devices. This money belongs right inside the pocket of each and every artist in this. We go around with our ministry and the Ministry of Trade signing international laws that we come and domesticate in Botswana. It's unfortunate that the same institutions that domesticate these laws, we are talking about 18 or so ministries, over 50 parastatals, that on a daily basis continually infringe the property rights of the creative industry. This is a plea, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Go sponge on this. There is a lot that these artists can gain from the government. And we do believe that the new government will take these insights under consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. So that is the acting president as opposed to the acting vice president. Thank you for that submission. Any more hands? I'm moving to the tail end of discussions for this forum, but I do not will for you to leave here without saying that which you really wished to pose to us. So again, an invitation for those burning contributions. Yes, sir.
Dumelang Pitso. Now ke ha ke bidwa o dirile Ramoni ke tswa kwa association ya Ngwaole Shalaba Association Ngwaole Shalaba tsone tshotseng pina ya Setswana mo lehatsheng leno tsone mmino ya Setswana tsone second diamond ya rona e leng goreng e tshotse volume ya batho ba le bantsi thata ke ra ba diragatsi ba ileng gore goromente wa leka ka bojotlhe anong tota re eteletsa association e pele e tshotse mmino ya Setswana lehatshe le lotlhe re kopa ba di private sector ba na le dikgwatlha tse di ko teng gore a re thusaneng ka mmino wa rona wa Setswana o ke teng wena gore ka kgona go create ditiro thata teng bo mmasetlang ba le ka hela thata go tourism mme re batla private sector e tsenye letsogo tota gone mo mminong wa Setswana ke mmamoratwa gate tšhaba e sena ngwao ke mo ka isuleng ke tla ema gone ho.
Ke a go leboga nkgonne. And that is lamenting on culture and perhaps ensuring that there is equal investment in culture and ensuring that our identity is preserved and ensuring that it is seen to be a more unifying element than it being divisive. I will give you the floor just a second to recognize the comments of the chairperson of SADC Women in Mining Association, Menametso Violet Ntsosaka, who is joining us online. And her comments are, let's have a post at all borders to process all incoming migrants before they enter into Botswana. Administrative work like issuing them with work permits, registering them with labor office, and thus migrants will automatically pay taxes in Botswana. That is her contribution. Emma.
Thank you very much. My name is Olibile Makupe, and my contribution is really around the funding options and maybe the pressure that we find ourselves in the current environment. So over the years, as financial institutions, we've actually been engaging government into looking at alternatives to traditional funding for our projects. So as an example, right now, the options that we have would be around raising a bond or a direct loan to government. But I think the time is really upon us to think about how we can fund some of these projects and maybe think bigger. My concern is I think we are being quite conservative currently with our budget, given the pressure that we are under to grow our economy. And my concern is really around the development budget, and the options that we have presented would actually alleviate some of the recurrent, the pressure on the recurrent budget that the government has. So as an example, some of the alternatives could be for buying equipment for a hospital, as an example. The government doesn't have to raise a bond, doesn't have to pay upfront for that equipment, or even building a hospital. So the triple P ideas that we spoke about. So there are options for government to actually enter into an arrangement with a financial institution and a equipment manufacturer to supply the equipment without government paying for it upfront. The financial institution will pay, government will pay over time. So I think the time is upon us to really go beyond traditional funding and look at creating capacity within the government coffers, as well as creating capacity within the sectors that we say we want to support. Agriculture is another one that I think we have huge potential in. We support a lot of farmers, and the capital expenditure that goes into running an agriculture operation is immense. Our farmers don't have roads; they have to put up their own infrastructure. We've recently been receiving a lot of requests for funding on greenhouses, as an example. It's expensive. A 5,000 square meter greenhouse costs close to 10 million pula. And we expect the farmer to make a contribution. We expect them to also provide collateral. So I think we really need to partner with the private sector to see how we can create capacity without necessarily taking money from government. Government has spent a lot of money on agriculture, but it hasn't been going into efficient means to increase capacity. So I think we really need to get around the table and think about how we can be creative about creating funding options. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, so I will allow for one more hand on the floor and perhaps 2 comments virtually. And that's how we're going to be wrapping up our conversation for today. Emma.
Good afternoon. My name is Dumelo Muzumi, the CEO of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. If you talk about public procurement, you can spend the whole day, but I was made to stand and speak by Makumo Taka's comment. I'm not going to go into answering the comment, but just to ask from the ministry that we need to look at our state-owned enterprises, particularly the regulators that are not making money, so that we strengthen them to enable them to advance their mandate. The Public Procurement Regulatory Authority has got a broad mandate. It is not generating funding, but what I'm calling for is the ministry to look closely. One commentator or a person who commented earlier mentioned rationalization of state-owned enterprises. I think we also have to look closely into our state-owned enterprises, particularly those that are not generating money, and see which ones need to be strengthened. Because if some of those state-owned enterprises are strengthened, then some of the financial leakages can be closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly, Memutumi. We have a message here on Slido. It reads, may the government look into finding alternative training programs that are less costly for the civil servants who are nearing the early retirement age. Thus reads that message. There's another comment here that has to do with, well, it's pretty much asking the question of becoming a cashless society. It reads, what is the plan to become a cashless economy, reduce cost of currency production, improve collections and traceability, etc., etc. Right. So ladies and gentlemen, allow for me to close contributions from the floor and from the virtual platforms that we have been looking to for those contributions. Thank you so kindly to our virtual participants for engaging in a very animated way on the topics that we have been talking about. And this, of course, is the prelude to the 2025-2026 budget proposals. I must think there is going to be a lot of engagement on various platforms in preparation for that speech, which will be delivered by His Honor the Vice President and Minister of Finance, NDABA GAOLATHE. So we will be waiting with bated breath to see to what end do your submissions make an appearance in that speech. So a round of applause to you all. and a spiritual round of applause to our virtual participants. So as we conclude, I'd like to thank you all, both in person and online, for your invaluable contributions. Your input will undoubtedly shape the way forward as we collectively implement the 2025-2026 budget. Allow for me now to invite Mr. Butler Phiri for the official closing remarks. Re Phiri, ke go amogetsa rra.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, Acting President, and Minister of Finance, NDABA GAOLATHE, Remohol. May I be allowed to say all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we take counsel from the statement made by the Acting President that it's never too late to be invited to dialogue because planning is a continuous process. When we got our invitations on Monday, we looked around our membership, and I'm happy to note that we've managed to bring the private sector and almost all the sectors that comprise Business Botswana. It is with profound gratitude and respect that I acknowledge the Acting President. Your presence here today, sir, exemplifies your unwavering dedication to fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors. Your leadership is instrumental as we work towards charting a prosperous path for Botswana, and we deeply appreciate your engagement during this pivotal phase of our economic journey. Today, we find ourselves at a decisive juncture in Botswana's economic development, a moment that demands unity, vision, shared responsibility. The proposed national budget strategy paper before us represents more than fiscal planning. It embodies our collective ambition for resilience, growth, and sustainable development. It is not merely about balancing accounts, but about setting a course for long-term prosperity, broadening opportunities, and enhancing the well-being of all citizens. I commend the 2025-2026 budget strategy paper for its remarkable vision. This document is a blueprint for progress, reflecting an unprecedented commitment to fostering private sector-driven economic transformation. It aligns seamlessly with our goal to diversify the economy and reduce dependence on traditional sectors. The strategy demonstrates a deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities ahead. By empowering the private sector, attracting investment, and creating a fertile environment for innovation and entrepreneurship, it aims to unlock the potential of key industries: agriculture, manufacturing, technology, tourism, while driving inclusive growth and societal advancement. As we consider these priorities, it is clear that collaboration and shared responsibility are essential. While the government's role is to establish an enabling environment, the private sector must lead the charge in driving economic transformation. Together, we can create an ecosystem that supports sustainable development, generates jobs, and secures a brighter future for generations to come. This budget is not a financial instrument. It is a declaration of our ambition to position Botswana as a competitive, resilient, and dynamic economy on the global stage. Let us seize this opportunity to turn vision into reality for the benefit of all. As Business Botswana, we recognize our pivotal role in the nation's economic transformation. The government's strategic priorities, and you heard them all this morning, building an inclusive economy, improving quality of life, modernizing infrastructure, and driving innovation, align with our vision to shift Botswana from diamond dependency to a diversified, knowledge-based economy. Key sectors such as mining, tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and financial services will anchor this transformation. We pledge our unwavering support in transforming budgetary provisions into tangible economic opportunities. Our role is not passive, but strategic. We envision a future where the private sector collaborates actively in shaping and implementing national economic strategy. And I think Chandra Chauhan did touch on this aspect a little earlier. Transformative vision and strategic pathways. To realize this vision, the private sector must embrace its role as a key architect of economic progress. Business Botswana is committed to supporting the government in creating a regulatory landscape that empowers businesses to thrive. This involves dismantling barriers, simplifying processes, and fostering a framework that encourages entrepreneurship and innovation. Key pathways for engagement include: 1, collaborative budget formulation, moving beyond passive consultation to provide robust data-driven insights, sharing sectorial expertise to enrich national economic planning. 2, technical and financial support, leveraging organizational capabilities to create impactful public-private partnerships, reducing the fiscal burden on government through innovative collaborations. 3, oversight and accountability, introducing performance-driven accountability frameworks, promoting transparency, efficient resource allocation, and anti-corruption measures through private sector codes of conduct. By embracing these principles, we can transform budget implementation into a dynamic, collaborative national strategy. The path forward is clear. We must forge a dynamic relationship between government and the private sector. One built on trust, transparency, and shared ambition. Imagine a nation where government and business collaborate seamlessly, addressing challenges candidly, and crafting solutions collaboratively. This is not a distant vision, but an achievable reality. Businesses are not merely just economic entities. We are innovators, problem solvers, architects of national development. By engaging us as strategic partners, not just as consultants, the government can unlock immense potential. Our contributions, economic insights, practical strategies, and innovative solutions are invaluable to national growth. Let us move beyond transactional relationships to establish a true partnership grounded on shared accountability and continuous dialogue. Together, we can align national and business objectives to achieve unprecedented economic transformation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as this Pitso concludes, let us reflect on the profound significance of our discussions. The national budget is not a document of numbers only, but a covenant of transformation embodying our shared aspirations for progress and prosperity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry for their exceptional efforts in organizing this dialogue. To all participants, thank you for your engagement and contributions, which reflect the strength of our shared purpose. We stand on the cusp of an economic renaissance, one that promises resilience, innovation, and prosperity for all. Achieving this vision requires the unwavering partnership of government, civil society, private enterprises, and every citizen. Together, we can shape a Botswana that thrives. We will rise again.
Thank you so kindly, Re Piri. We were supposed to have a tour of stalls that were to be set up in the foyer, and unfortunately, that arrangement has not come to fruition, so we will not have that opportunity. But we hope to have something of that nature in the future. Just a few housekeeping announcements as we conclude for today. You'll have noticed that there are QR codes that have been placed sparsely around the room to facilitate access to the budget strategy paper and other key material. Please make sure that if you have not taken advantage of those, that you do so before we leave. Please also remember to give feedback by completing the forms that are provided through the facility. And now, in terms of what happens next, we will be breaking for lunch, and I am reliably told that we have
la madi ka ketelopele ya tona wa lone ibile le motshwarela tautona re NDABA GAOLATHE ba biditse ya lo Pitso e tlabeng e tebagantse tota le tiriso ya madi a setšhaba tla gakologelwa gore Pitso e ke Pitso ya boraro ha sale ka kgwedi ya Sedimonthole na re ka kgwedi ya Sedimonthole lephata le gape kana ene tona wa lephata le la madi a bitsa banana ba ntse ba buisanya jalo ka gore madi go ba tlhatlhella jalo ka tiriso ya madi a setšhaba le gone go tsaya megopolo mo go bone gore madi a ka dirisiwa jang botoka go dibile jalo gore lefatshe leno le la thata ka tlhaelo ya madi ka ntlha go ela tlase ga seemo sa itsholelo mme ne a re mo bekeng e fetileng gape e ntse le ene tona wa lephata la madi a bitsa jalo bagolwane ba maphata a selegae kana di-council jalo le bone gore ba tlo go thulantsha ditlhogo ba bua jalo ka ntse le dikgang tse di amana le madi a setšhaba jalo mme a ntse ba rotloetsa gore e le bone ba lebileng kana ba okametseng tiriso ya madi a setšhaba ba tshwanetse gore ba dirise jalo ka go a baballa ba tshwanetse gore ba dirise jalo ka go a somarela le gone a ntse a rotloetsa tiriso e mitameng tota ya madi le gompieno e ne ntse le kgang yone ya gagwe gore lefatshe leno le tlhoka gore la agiwe sešwa ka tsela e leng gore go tla bonala gore go na le boikarabelo bogolo jang mo go bao ba ba hilweng boikarabelo ba go tsamaisa sepehela se leng gore sa amana le theko kana sa amana le tiriso ya madi a setšhaba mme mo letsatsi la gompieno ke go akole Motswana wetsho gore lephata le ne le biditse jalo bana le seabe ba e leng gore ka kakaretso ke re bana le seabe lephata le ne le biditse jalo bana le seabe ka kakaretso bana le seabe ba tshwana jalo le maphata a ikemetseng makalana a ikemetseng e le makalana gape a dirang jalo ka tsa madi ka tsa madi go tshwana le dibanka jalo go tshwana le makalana a ikemetseng ka nosi a sa direng dipoelo kana a itebagantseng thata le go tshwana jalo le makalana a ikemetseng ka nosi kana non-governmental organizations me e le yone kgangkgolo mo tsatsi la gompieno e le yone tiriso ya madi a setšhaba mme sengwe se motshwarela tautona kana se tona wa lephata ebile le tona wa lephata la madi re NDABA GAOLATHE sa se buileng ke gone gore Batswana tota ba iphaphe jalo mo tirisong e sa lolamang ya madi jaaka go nna dinalanyana kana go dirisa madi botlhaswa jalo ka kgang e tshwana le ya borukutli kana kgang e tshwana le ya tshenyetso setšhaba a bua jalo gore Batswana bogolo jang ba ba lebaganeng le boikarabelo tota ba madi a supa gore ba tshwanetse gore ba ikgaphe jalo mo tshenyetsong setšhaba a supa jalo gore tshenyetso setšhaba ke yone e leng gore e diga itsholelo kana ke yone hela e leng gore ka lefatshe leno lone ke lahamilwe ke dikgang tsone tsa tshenyetso setšhaba a supa jalo gore batho ba ba nang le boikarabelo ba tshwanetse gore ba ikgaphe jalo mo ditirong dipegela tse e leng gore di sokame tsa tiriso ya madi mme makalana kana maphata a laleditsweng mo letsatsi la gompieno a harologanyeng le makgotla tota le boradikgwebo ba ne ba le gonega boradikgwebo ba ba tumile mo lehatsheng leno ba ne ba le gonega e le gore puso jalo e llela mo go bone ya le gore e le bone ba e leng gore ba na le sepatšhe kana le bone le ba dira dikgwebo mono Botswana ba thuse lefatshe la Botswana go beeletsa kana ba thuse lefatshe la Botswana mo go tlhabololeng itsholelo tota kgangkgolo Motswana we se gompieno e ne e le gore go ka dirwa jang gore lehatshe leno le kgone go tlhabolola itsholelo a lone e re ka molaetsa e re ka tata mammane wa gompieno e ne e le gone gore e re go thulangwa ditlhogo ya le go buiwa ka tiriso ya madi gakologela gore ba gone go baakanyediwa jalo letsatsi kana kabo ya madi a setšhaba e leng gore e solofetswe mo kgweding e tlannye mo dibekeng di se kae hela mme maikaelelo e le one gore ba na le seabe botlhe Motswana mongwe le mongwe ka go harologana a nne le seabe mo mading a setšhaba a nne le seabe mo tirisong ya madi a setšhaba Motswana kwa gae a tlhaloganye gore madi a tsena a ya kae jalo le bone ba na le seabe ba ba ga gompieno ba di-company tse di ikemetseng ka nosi ba di mekgatlho e ikemetseng ka nosi le bagwebi le bone ba supile jalo gore ba ema nokeng puso gore le bone ba tla ikita ka thupana tota go netefatsa gore ba nna le seabe mo go godiseng kana mo go rudiseng itsholelo ya lefatshe leno Motswana we tshwane ke go tshwaretse go lekalogela go itlhela re kopana gape mo nakong e tlang nna ke Kantse Khumalo sala sentle.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Motaretso ko lenteng ke a go dumedisa ke go amogela yana mo karolong ya BTV News e bidiwang hela go Botswana Connect. Ya ka sa tswa go utlwa ke Kantse Khumalo me ga dikgang wa BTV News ona le ka ko pitsong eo pitso ya bana le sabe stakeholders budget talk pitso ya bana le sabe e neng e teretse pele ya le kena tona wa le phatala la tsamadi NDABA GAOLATHE yo mana kong e leng ene mo tshwarela tautona me a di digala jalo tseleng gore di sa ka di phakela di ba di tlhola di ntse di buiwa ka go e bala gone go ba santse ba ile go ikhutsa ba tla re ba tswalla ka tse dingwe gongwe o tla soboka pego ya gore ga iragala eng go tswa go hela mme se se lenteng rona ka kwano ha e boela ka kwano ntlo kgaso motho ga e tshware tsamela ka bona kong ya bongwe e leng gore re tla bo ra amogela dikgang nna ke one ra banteng ka la ka tšhane ke a go amogela mo Botswana Connect tswela o ikanya rona.
I'm delighted to be here with you, to learn from you, to be enriched by the experiences that you have gathered over the years, and in the case of Siemens, how you have turned from